literally the #1 murder capital of the world.
41 per 100,000, number one that we can find anywhere in the world. Baghdad we doubled up on Baghdad. Panama City, Brasilia, San Jose, Costa Rica, Bogota, Colombia, heavy drugs. Mexico City, I mentioned, Lima, Peru, all double and triple.
But again, that's just not true. DC's homicide rate last year was actually 27.3 per 100,000 people, which is far lower than the world's 10 most dangerous cities, according to an analysis. The thing is, it's not just DC. Crime's been falling all over the country. You've got reports saying that homicides nationwide are down 30%. But that said, of course, crime was only one half of the equation. There's also the beauty. And I guess
there's no money in murder.
Wordsworth, Trump delivered this miracle of grammar.
We're the most beautiful, potentially capital in the world. We always have.
They're
So
so
like the real
desperate for
estate
money.
developer that he is, he wants
Money's
to make
their
that
god
potential a
now,
reality,
and
he's
there's
got
no
lots of
god in
ideas.
money.
We're going to
Yeah, sorry, murders.
clean up
There's no god in
trash
murder.
and the graffiti and the grime and the dirt and the broken marble panels. We're going to replace the medians that are falling down all over the roads. We're going to replace the potholes. We're going to put a nice new coat of asphalt over the top.
But those things, notably, are not the only way that he's planning to clean up the city, because he also wants to push out the homeless.
We're moving the encampments away, trying to take care of people, getting rid of the people from underpasses and public spaces.
Getting rid of
all over
them.
the city. There are many places that they can go.
Getting
With that
rid.
being in addition to yesterday, where he truths the homeless have to move out immediately. We will give you places to stay, but far from the capital. The criminals, you don't have to move out. We're going to put you in jail where you belong. It's all going to happen very fast, just like the border. Now, with that, as far as the numbers, DC has a total population of about 700,000, and a local org told Reuters that nearly 3,800 people are homeless on any given night. And most of them, they stay in public housing or emergency shelters, though 800 are considered to be on the street. So it's currently unclear where Trump intends to put those people, and it's also unclear what he meant by this vague comment about getting rid of the slums.
I know it's not politically correct. You'll say, oh, so terrible. No, we're getting rid of the slums where they live.
And as far as what else he might do with federal command over the Capitol, we're going to have to wait to see, though we did get some hints today. And that because he talked about at least 3 things that, according to him, are responsible for the condition of D.C. and other Democrat-run cities.
This whole thing with cashless bail is a disaster. This city will no longer be a sanctuary for illegal alien criminals. There's also people that shouldn't be there. They got in there because of woke.
Right, so seemingly, if that's his diagnosis, his cure would be to bring back cash bail, enforce immigration laws, and quash whatever wokeness he thinks has infected the D.C. Metro PD. And then you had Trump going on this tough-on-crime rant, but it also ended with trans people.
See, they fight back until you knock the hell out of them, because it's the only language they understand. And then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit. And they get hit real hard. And they're told, don't do anything under any circumstances.
What are you talking about, you Delulu,
the Democrats
crazy
are weak on
fucking
crime.
cartoon
They have no
character?
idea what they're doing.
What are you
That's
talking
why they want
about?
men playing in women's sports. That's why they want transgender for everybody. Everybody transgender.
And all of this is, in his press conference, Trump didn't just go after D.C., he gave a warning to other major cities.
But then I'm going to look at New York in a little while. Let's do this. Let's do this together. And if we need to, we're going to do the same thing in Chicago, which is a disaster. We have a mayor there who's totally incompetent. And I look at L.A., but hopefully L.A.'s watching. That mayor also.
Now, in response to all this, you had the Democratic Mayors Association putting out a statement saying if Trump actually cared about reducing crime, he would have made unprecedented cuts to public safety programs that actually work, saying if Trump actually cared about our communities, he would be working with our cities, not against them. But the truth is, Trump doesn't care. He only wants to create yet another political charade to serve his own interests and distract Americans from his failures. D.C. Mayor Bowser saying in her own press conference this afternoon,
we know that access to our democracy is tenuous. That is why you have heard me and many Washingtonians before me advocate for
I don't like Bowser
for the District of Columbia.
I'm just kidding.
We are American citizens. Our families go to war. We pay taxes and we uphold the responsibilities of citizenship. And while this action today is unsettling and unprecedented, I can't say that given some of the rhetoric of the past, that we're totally surprised. If people are concerned about the president being able to move the National Guard into our city, the time to do that would have been when the Congress had a bill that it could have given control of the DC National Guard to DC.
And notably, she's been relatively deferential to Trump so far during his second term. Or during his first term, she was much more defiant with her painting Black Lives Matter on the street in front of the White House during the 2020 protests, for example. Whereas in March of this year, she ordered the Black Lives Matter Plaza mural removed after Republicans threatened to withhold federal funding. And as recently as last week, she actually expressed her eagerness to work with federal authorities on reducing crime in the district, though at the same time denying Trump's claims that crime was out of control. And with all that, you had a source telling CNN that Bowser sees a little upside in creating rifts with agencies by opposing Trump's deployment of federal officers. So in the meantime, it's far from obvious that the residents of DC are as welcoming of federal intervention. For example, a survey from last April, early May, finding that 71% felt that Trump was getting too involved in local DC issues, while just 11% said he wasn't getting involved enough. And so for now, while things are looking pretty heated in the Capitol, and we're going to have to keep our eyes on this, whether you live there
I say
or
his
not, I'd really love to know
policy
your thoughts and
doesn't
reactions to
go
this,
far enough.
especially as you
I
have
say his
trying to
policy
make it
goes
pretty
too
clear that while
far. It's the
DC may be
same
used to make
people.
an example, it would not be limited to
Same
DC in the
politicians.
future. And then, next up in the news, it's raining dildos at WNBA games. And while that bizarre sentence is where the story starts, it somehow gets even weirder from there. Because all of this, it began on July 29th when someone threw a green dildo at a game between the Atlanta Dream and Golden State Valkyries. And there you had the person accused of throwing the toy since being arrested, and one player telling reporters,
I mean, first of all, it was super dangerous, and then when we found out what it was, I guess we just started laughing. I've never seen anything like that.
But since then, the WNBA has only seen more and more dildos. Or with similar incidents happening at games in Chicago, Los Angeles, Phoenix, and New York, with sex toys sometimes reaching the court and sometimes just hitting people in the crowds. I mean, in New York, the sex toy hit a 12-year-old girl in the leg, with the NYPD saying that they're looking at this dude in a Beavis and Butthead shirt as a suspect. And while some, initially laughed and rolled with it, the more that this has been happening, the less funny that, at the very least, players have found. With, for example, the Indiana Fever's Sophie Cunningham writing, "Stop throwing dildos on the court. You're going to hurt one of us." And Elizabeth Williams of the Chicago Sky also saying,
It's super disrespectful. I don't really get the point of it. It's really immature.
You don't get the point of it?
Right, and you also had the WNBA releasing a statement after it happened the second time, saying the safety and well-being of everyone in our arenas is a top priority for our league. Objects of any kind thrown
Ignorance is
onto the court
bliss.
or in the seating area can pose a safety risk for players, game officials,
They're
and
trying to
fans.
force
That,
their
in
dicks
line with
on you as
WNBA
usual.
security standards, any fan who intentionally throws an object onto the court will be immediately ejected and face a minimum 1-year ban, in addition to being subject to arrest and prosecution by local authorities. Right, and in addition to the arrest after the first incident in Georgia, you had an 18-year-old man being arrested for throwing a dildo in Phoenix, with reports saying that the sex toy there hit a man in the crowd and possibly his niece as well. And so, with this, you may be wondering questions like, who is behind it? Is there a serial dildo throwing group at WNBA games out there? Well, at the very least, I'll say there's a person who claimed to be behind the spree of events, speaking to multiple outlets on Thursday and Friday and saying that this is actually part of a crypto promo. Right, well, you have many seeing this as simply a sexist prank targeting female athletes. You had that person telling USA Today, we didn't do this because, we dislike women's sports, or some of the narratives that are trending right now are ridiculous. Creating disruption at games is it happens in every single sport, right? We've seen it in the NFL, we've seen it in hockey, fans doing random things to more or less create attention. That person then going as far as to call it a protest against the toxic nature of the crypto world being dominated by influencers and scammers, with there being a coin reportedly called the Green Dildo coin, and that source, while not revealing their identity, simply going by the name Lieutenant Daldo Rain. And as far as that coin, it apparently started trading on July 28th, which is the day before the first dildo was thrown, with that source telling ESPN it was more or less like an opportunistic approach to, what is already trending. Where is there already controversy, and how do we intercept some of that? So there, while he said that the second person arrested was in fact affiliated with the group, he said that the first person arrested was not and did not throw the sex toy. So he then also didn't say who did throw it. But then the final aspect, or maybe even twist to this story, involves not investing in crypto, but betting. Right, and that because there are places out there like Polymarket that are letting you bet on whether or not dildos are going to be thrown at upcoming WNBA games. And as of this morning, there's over $500,000 in betting volume, with people thinking there's a 7% chance it happens tonight and 15% saying that it happens tomorrow. And all of that is notably the person who claims to be behind this saying they're going to be switching their stunts up and moving away from WNBA games, so that's potentially why the odds are so low. But just the fact that this is happening has people noting that this seems ripe for abuse. Right? This isn't, I think, Travis Kelce is going to get over or under 7 catches. You and I, we can't really have an impact on that. But what's stopping a person from betting that a dildo is going to be thrown and then either doing it themselves or having someone else they know do? And it's not like I'm the first person to say something like that. Last week you had someone saying this is precisely what Polymarket and other prediction markets should not be doing, saying these markets are designed to be self-fulfilling prophecies. Cost of a WNBA ticket plus dildo is less than $50. Penalties if caught are a few days in jail and $1,000 fine. Do the math on market volumes. And this is an irresponsible market that directly leads to antisocial behavior. You know, with all that said, we'll see what happens. And in the meantime, I'd love to know your thought, whether it be on the betting aspect or just the fact that this is happening at all. And then I've got more news you need to know in a minute, but you know what's wild? You miss one credit card payment and suddenly you're public enemy number one. The banks rake in billions off late fees like it's a game. And you know what? It is a game. It's one that's rigged from the jump, and the house always wins unless you flip the board. And that is where today's sponsor, PDS Debt, comes in, offering a way out of the trap. Credit cards, personal loans, medical bills. PDS helps real people ditch real debt. No minimum credit score, no judgment, just a personalized plan made by actual humans who get it. And they've already helped hundreds of thousands break free, and it's not just me saying it. PDS Debt is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they've got thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and Trustpilot. So yeah, the system's a mess, but you don't have to stay stuck in it. If I still needed it, PDS Debt is where I'd go. Simple as that. You know, you're 30 seconds away from starting to get debt free. So get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/DeFranco or scan that QR code. That's pdsdebt.com/DeFranco, and the QR code's on screen, so scan that thing and take the first step. And then next up, we've got to talk about how this deadly shooting at the CDC has staff demanding action not only on security, but on the lies that they say are fueling the violence. Because over the weekend, there was a shooting at the Atlanta headquarters for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. At around 5 p.m. on Friday, the police in Atlanta received a 911 call about an active shooter at the CVS across the street from the CDC office. Dozens of bullets reportedly hitting the exterior of these 4 CDC buildings, damaging windows and walls. We know that the shooter initially tried getting into the CDC building, but was then turned away by security before going across the street. And among the first wave of police response to the shooting was former Marine and rookie officer David Rose of the DeKalb County Police Department, who was shot on the scene and rushed to a nearby hospital where he died. Now, as far as the shooter, he was then discovered dead himself on the second floor of the CVS, though it's unclear whether he died by his own hand or shots fired by the police. And all in all, there were no other reported injuries besides those two. And with all that, you ended up seeing the responses that you would expect from this. A CDC director, Susan Ramirez, sending a message to CDC employees saying, "The active shooter incident near our campus today has understandably brought fear, anger, and worry to all of us. I want to express my deep appreciation."
Is the right wing
going to
start shooting the CDC?
You then had Health Secretary RFK Jr. saying in a statement,
Make sure the viruses kill people.
Feel today. No one should face violence while working to protect the health of others. We are actively supporting CDC staff on the ground and across the agency. Public health workers show up every day with purpose, even in moments of grief and uncertainty. With also Atlanta CDC employees being informed that they'd be working remotely today while a security assessment was conducted. So there you had the American Federation of Government Employees, a union representing CDC workers, pushing for the walls and windows to be repaired before they're sent back to the office, saying forcing a return under these conditions risks re-traumatizing staff by exposing them to the reminders of the horrific shooting they endured. And as far as the shooter behind that shooting, he was identified as 30-year-old Patrick Joseph White, a man who lived with his parents in Kennesaw, Georgia, and his neighbors described him as a quiet man who often picked up odd jobs around the community like trimming hedges or walking dogs. Though he also reportedly recently became unsettled and fixated on vaccines, with his father saying that he'd recently taken serious issue with the COVID-19 vaccine specifically, with White reportedly believing that the vaccine had made him depressed and suicidal. One of his neighbors even saying that White would bring up vaccines unprompted and in unrelated conversations, saying he very deeply believed that vaccines hurt him and were hurting other people. I had no idea he thought he would take it out on the CDC. And that sentiment actually brings us to the latest update to this story, which is that the American Federation of Government Employees is calling for a statement from the federal government condemning vaccine misinformation, with the union saying that Friday's attack, it wasn't random and, quote, compounds months of mistreatment, neglect, and vilification that CDC staff have endured. With the union arguing that a statement from the government is needed in order to protect CDC staff and scientists from the violence and data. Their leadership is critical in reinforcing public trust and ensuring that accurate science-based information prevails. And with all that, there are some, including a group of laid-off CDC employees, that have organized under the banner Fired But Fighting, laying the blame for the vilification of the CDC and their staff on RFK Jr., saying in a statement, Kennedy is directly responsible for the villainization of CDC's workforce through his continuous lies about science and vaccine safety, which have fueled a climate of hostility and mistrust, saying we don't need thoughts and prayers. We need an administration that doesn't villainize federal workers who are just trying to do their job. We need a HHS secretary who does not promote misinformation about science and vaccines. So there you have many saying, given what we've seen from this government and what we've seen specifically from RFK Jr., it's best probably to not hold your breath. And then in other news, this NVIDIA AMD situation is a game changer. So depending on where you go online, it's being framed very different. With some saying this is Trump shaking down one of the world's biggest tech companies companies for a share of their profits. And you have others saying Trump just made a deal to arm China's AI, and you have national security officials furious. But as far as the core thing that they're talking about, it's the news that NVIDIA and AMD have agreed to pay the U.S. government 15% of the money that they make from selling certain advanced computer chips in China. And yeah, you do have experts warning that the deal sparks national security concerns, because the United States previously banned the sale of several powerful chips to China under export controls that are usually related to national security concerns. And in April, you had the Trump White House restricting the sale of NVIDIA's H20 chip and AMD's MI308 chip. But then last month, you had Trump saying that he might ease restrictions on selling chips to China if Beijing agreed to speed up the export of rare earths. And when you know it, a few days later, the Trump administration reversed course on NVIDIA's H20 chip, saying that the company would be able to sell them to China. Though notably there, it didn't actually issue the licenses allowing those sales to move forward. That is, until now, with sources telling the New York Times that the Commerce Department began granting licenses for AI chip sales 2 days after NVIDIA CEO met with Trump at the White House and agreed to the 15%. Though even before that, you had security experts, including some who served during Trump's first term, writing to the administration expressing deep concern that NVIDIA's H20 chip was a potent accelerator of China's AI capabilities, with them acknowledging that yes, the biggest buyers in China would be civilian companies, but they expected that the chips would also be used by the military. With them then going on to write, chips optimized for AI inference will not simply power consumer products or factory logistics. They will enable autonomous weapons systems, intelligence surveillance platforms,
Okay,
and
sorry about
rapid
that. I had to
advances in
pee.
battlefield
Get
decision
some
making.
water.
Now, right after the news of this deal broke, you have one of the people who signed that letter, someone who served on the National Security Council under both Trump and Biden, again speaking out, saying that this is going to incentivize China to push for more concessions and pressure companies to make similar deals, saying you're selling our national security for corporate profits. And then beyond that, as far as other reactions, you have some investors calling the deal a shakedown, others saying that this agreement is a tax on exports, which has long been considered illegal in the United States. So the thing is, while this deal might be highly unusual overall, it's also kind of the thing that we've come to expect from Trump. Because while not a direct one-to-one, you have things like back in June, for instance, he allowed a Japanese steel company to effectively take over U.S. steel in exchange for the U.S. government getting a stake in the business. And then when it comes to China, he's been kind of back and forth on. I mean, we're seeing this news here, but there's also stuff like last week we talked about Trump calling for the resignation of the CEO of Intel over his alleged ties to China. But now we're seeing this news, and we've learned that Trump's actually bringing Intel CEO to the White House for a conversation. Or with many wondering, one, what's happening there? We're going to see a big announcement there, but also two, kind of part of the larger conversation. In addition to people saying this is unusual or saying it's illegal, people wondering if Trump is taking short-term wins, but effectively giving China the future. And then, next up in the news, China may already be using AI to infiltrate your feed, your group chats, and your mind. I know that sounds wild, but let me explain. So two professors at Vanderbilt University Institute of National Security named Brett Goldstein and Brett Benson recently published an op-ed in the New York Times on the subject. What they said is they recently uncovered a bunch of documents that show a Chinese company called Galaxy is at the head of a technologically advanced state-aligned influence campaign to use human-like bot networks and psychological profiling to target individuals. With a big thing here being the killer combination of generative AI and mountains of personal data on you. And according to the Bretts, the documents say that Galaxy systems work by continually mining social media platforms to build dynamic psychological profiles and then customizing content to a person's values, beliefs, emotional tendencies, and vulnerabilities. And from there, AI personas can engage users in what appears to be an authentic conversation that adapts in real time to avoid detection. We're talking liking posts, leaving comments, and pushing targeted content just like a real person. With them saying the result is a highly efficient propaganda engine that's designed to be nearly indistinguishable from legitimate online interaction delivered instantaneously at a scale never before achieved. Right, and that, as you had outlets like Axios explaining, the threat of smarter, more realistic fake friends transcends malicious actors trying to warp your sense of politics or reality. It hits your most personal inner thoughts and struggles. And in fact, you have the Bretts going on to say that Galaxy has already deployed this technology in Hong Kong, and they say the document suggests plans to do the same in the United States. And while they don't provide any examples of the conversations, they say that this tech was used to minimize opposition to a 2020 national security law that cracked down on political dissent in Hong Kong. And then they say it was deployed again in the lead up to the 2024 Taiwanese election, with the Bretts saying that during that campaign, Galaxy suggested ways to undermine Taiwan's Democratic Progressive Party, which opposes China's claim over the island. And the company gathered and likely supplied information on trends in Taiwanese debate and recommended the deployment of bot networks to exploit political divisions between the parties. And with all that said, you had Galaxy denying providing any tech support for activities in Hong Kong and Taiwan. And along with that, you had a rep from the company saying that Galaxy is focused on business intelligence, and they denied the accusations in the op-ed, as well as claiming that they're not under the authority of any government agency or organization. Though with that, you had the op-ed claiming there are just several connections that are too glaring to ignore. Things including their operations operation within China's national security priorities, their founding happening back in 2010 at the state-controlled Chinese Academy of Sciences, along with their continued work with top intelligence, party, and military bodies. Not to mention that in 2021, it started receiving funding from a Beijing-based supercomputing firm that the Pentagon had previously flagged as a Chinese military affiliate. And there's a noted risk here because, as a Harvard Business Review study from earlier this year pointed out, the #1 use for chat-based generative AI is therapy and companionship, which, as reports noted, lines up with what the big AI companies are finding. People are turning to AI in search of buddies and shrinks. And with that, it comes with an avalanche of issues, namely being more vulnerable to tech, like with what the Bretts are warning about. Which is then also why, in their op-ed, they close it out by encouraging the United States to take action on all fronts. It's saying that researchers need to map how artificial intelligence, open source intelligence, and online influence campaigns converge to serve hostile state objectives. The private sector needs to ramp up AI detection tools, and the federal government needs to work on identifying and countering false profiles like this, while also disrupting the infrastructure behind the operations. And then, as far as the individual level, you as a person and a user, you need to be vigilant and thoughtful when it comes to who you're friends with or who you're conversing with, or even just what you're sharing online. Because so much of what we're putting out there, it's being put into AI-made handbooks on how to best manipulate us. And remember, all of this is happening at a time where this is the worst that AI will ever be from here on out. It's going to become more effective, it's going to be harder to detect, and become more widely used. And then, next up in big international news, is Vladimir Putin manipulating Donald Trump to get out of new sanctions and tariffs while continuing his war in Ukraine. It seems almost definitely, but the question is, will Trump fall for it? Because the two of them, they're set to meet in Alaska on Friday, with Putin reportedly telling the White House he'll stop the fighting if he can just keep all the territory he's taken, plus a little extra, knowing damn well that Ukraine is all but certain to reject that offer. Putin perhaps hoping he can get Trump back to thinking that it's actually Zelensky and not him that's standing in the way of peace, and in doing so, he gets to keep waging
Russia
the war
attacked
that he really
Ukraine.
started over a decade ago. Because understandably, while we've focused on the here and now, Russia invaded and annexed the Crimean Peninsula in 2014. And then in 2022, a few months after invading again, you had Putin announcing the annexation of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia, despite not actually having conquered all of them. And in fact, after more than 3 years of war, he still hasn't. But Russia has taken control of around a fifth of Ukraine, including all of Luhansk and most of Donetsk, which together makes up the area known as Donbass, or with Russia then taking large parts and small parts of other regions. Now with that, you also notably had Ukraine seizing around 500 square miles of Russian territory in a shock offensive launch last year, hoping to use that land as a bargaining chip in potential peace talks. But now, as of today, they're only hanging on to about 4 square miles of that. Which, on the note of what's been happening, since Trump returned to the White House, Putin's only ramped up his attacks on Ukraine. In fact, Russia has more than doubled the number of missiles and drones that it's fired monthly into Ukraine since January. Many wondering where it's going to go from here. And actually, last week you had Putin meeting with Trump envoy Steve Witkoff and telling him that Russia would agree to a complete ceasefire if Ukraine agreed to withdraw all its forces from the Donetsk region. A move that would leave Russia in control of Donbass, and it's not entirely clear what would happen in the other regions where Russia controls territory. But with that, you had Witkoff reportedly telling European officials that the Russian proposal included 2 phases. The first would involve not only Ukraine's withdrawal from Donetsk, but also the freezing of front lines. And then the second phase would involve Putin and Trump agreeing on a final peace plan that would later be negotiated with Zelensky. With one U.S. official even telling the Wall Street Journal that Putin would negotiate land swaps with Ukraine and aim to take full control over the 4 regions that it said it annexed in 2022, with it not clear there which territory Ukraine would receive in return. All while the proposal reportedly didn't directly address Ukraine's demand for security guarantees. You just had Putin saying that his government would pass legislation pledging to not attack Ukraine or Europe, which really isn't that reassuring coming from Putin. I mean, it's Vladimir Putin that we're talking about here. But either way, right, the territory that Putin's asking for, it kind of makes the deal dead in the water. Because Ukrainian and European officials have repeatedly rejected the idea of giving up more territory or recognizing Russian control over the territory that it seized. And in fact, Ukraine's constitution prohibits Zelensky from unilaterally authorizing territorial changes, which is something that Zelensky himself pointed out in a series of posts on X over the weekend, where he argued that Ukraine must be part of any negotiation to end the war, writing any decisions that are without Ukraine are at the same time decisions against peace. They will not achieve anything, and saying the answer to the Ukrainian territorial question already is in the Constitution of Ukraine. No one will deviate from this, and no one will be able to. Ukrainians will not gift their land to the occupier. But notably, with all this, you had Trump not only set to meet with Putin alone on Friday, he's already said that, quote, there will be some swapping of territories to the betterment of both. With him specifically saying today he'll try to get back territory for Ukraine, but at the same time expressing frustration with Zelensky, saying he disagrees with what he's done and that, quote, this is a war that should have never happened. And while you have J.D. Vance saying that the U.S. is working to set up a 3-way meeting that also includes Zelensky, we've not really seen any sign from Putin that he has real interest in that. And all the while, you have Europeans pushing to be consulted here, and they're worrying that Putin is just playing Trump, right? Because notably, last Friday, it was actually the deadline Trump set for Putin to either make a ceasefire deal or face sanctions targeting the Russian economy, including possible secondary sanctions on countries that do business with Russia. And while you Trump imposing 50% tariffs on Indian goods, largely due to India being a major importer of Russian oil, it seems that Putin's offer and willingness to meet have delayed the deadline. So now Putin, he may have a chance to try and drive a wedge between the U.S. and Ukraine by making demands that he knows that Ukraine just cannot accept, and then casting Zelensky as an obstacle to peace. And so what you saw is in another series of posts over the weekend, you had Zelensky trying to tell Trump that while also trying not to piss Trump off. Writing, "I have not heard any partners express doubts about America's ability to ensure that the war ends. The President of the United States has the levers and the determination. Ukraine has supported all of President Trump's proposals starting back in February," and adding, "Everyone clearly sees Putin's tactics. He fears sanctions and is doing everything to bail on them. He wants to exchange a pause in the war and the killings for the legalization of the occupation of our land. He wants to get territorial spoils for the second time." Zelensky also saying in his evening address to the nation last night, "We understand the Russians' intention to try to deceive America. We will not allow this. I greatly appreciate the determination of President Trump to stop the deaths in war. The only root cause of these killings is Putin's desire to fight and manipulate everyone he comes into contact with." But for now, with this summit just days away, we'll have to see if Zelensky's words fall on deaf ears or not, and if anything changes in the lead up to this. But that, my friend, you beautiful bastard, is where today's show is going to end. If you're new here, definitely subscribe for daily dives into the news. Whether you are or not, definitely hit that like button. But hey, no matter what, I'll see you right back here tomorrow for another dive into the news. Stay sane out there, stay safe out there, and I'll see you then.
Politics in the Lone Star State are getting weird. The governor and the state attorney general are threatening to expel more than a third of the elected members of the state House of Representatives. A U.S. senator is demanding that the FBI bring criminal charges against them. And now the FBI is saying that it will be playing bounty hunter and possibly tracking down Texas Democratic lawmakers and forcing them to return to their home state. This whole kerfuffle started back in June when President Trump demanded that Texas redraw its congressional maps before the 2026 midterms to give Republicans 5 more seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. According to Trump, they, quote, deserve it. Okay, first of all, that's just not true. 2024 was a personal best for Trump in Texas since he's run for president 3 times. But George W. Bush, who was, after all, governor of Texas, beat his record twice, and Mitt Romney, the former governor of Massachusetts, beat him too. I mean, it's physically possible to draw a map of Texas with fewer Democratic representatives. It can be done. In fact, it was done in 2021 after the last U.S. Census. But claiming that the president has a right to demand a mid-cycle redraw of congressional maps because he won the state is, I mean, let's just say it's not how we were taught this was supposed to go in the Schoolhouse Rock videos about separation of powers and checks and balances. But Texas Republicans said, giddy up. We're now in the middle of a Texas-sized cluster that looks miles away from resolution. So saddle up, we're headed to Austin. Gerrymandering is drawing electoral maps to favor one particular party or group. Essentially, it allows that group to punch above its weight, netting more seats than it would with a map that allowed for proportional representation. The word is a portmanteau of Jerry and salamander, named for Elbridge Gerry, the governor of Massachusetts, who in 1812 signed off on a map of Boston that had a partisan district shaped like a salamander. Jerry went on to be vice president under James Madison, but that's not what anyone remembers him for. Gerrymandering is traditionally accomplished by cracking and packing. That is, you spread the voters from the disfavored group out among as many districts as possible to crack their vote share, and you pack all the rest of them into as few districts as possible. So, for instance, in Wisconsin, Republicans make up 38% of registered voters, but hold 6 out of 8 congressional seats, or 25%. And in fact, Texas is already gerrymandered, with Democrats making up 46% of registered voters while holding just 12 of 38 congressional seats. One of the ways Republicans accomplished this in 2021 was by cracking big cities, which are a traditional Democratic stronghold. Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, and San Antonio were all sliced up like a pie into at least 5 congressional districts. Austin, the state capital and the smallest city on that list with fewer than 1 million residents, is cut up into 6 districts, and that's not an accident. That's gerrymandering. What Trump is demanding is for Republicans in Texas to gerrymander the state more. In June, the New York Times reported that Trump called up Abbott and made the demand as part of an effort to hold the House for Republicans in the 2026 midterms. Quote, it appeared to be driven in part by President Trump's concern that the Republican Party could lose its slim majority in the House, derailing the second half of his term and empowering Democratic investigations of his administration. Which sounds pretty unfair, right? But is it illegal? In a word, no. Beginning in the 1960s, the Supreme Court faced voter challenges to various efforts by state legislatures to dilute the votes of their political opponents. In Alabama, for example, the state legislature refused to reapportion their state legislative districts for 6 decades using maps that were drawn in 1903. That meant some districts had 41 times as many residents as others, even though each district elected just one state senator. And the Supreme Court said that violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment and the principle of one person, one vote. Chief Justice Earl Warren ordered Alabama to redraw its legislative districts to make things more fair because as long as ours is a representative form of government and our legislatures are those instruments of government elected directly by and directly representative of the people, the right to elect legislators in a free and unimpaired fashion is a bedrock of our political system. In a 1986 case challenging Indiana's state legislative districts, the Supreme Court held that political gerrymandering was justiciable, meaning that yes, courts could strike down electoral maps when one party tries to redraw legislative districts in such a way as to disadvantage the other party. The issue the Supreme Court wrestled with wasn't, is political gerrymandering illegal? Because of course it was, but rather, how can we tell whether illegal gerrymandering has occurred? In that case, captioned Davis v. Bandimer, the Supreme Court said that voters needed to show both an intent by the legislature to discriminate against their political party and an actual discriminatory effect on that group. But measuring that effect was the biggest challenge because, remember, this was in the days before you could just tell ChatGPT to draw you a map of the country that awarded every single congressional district to one party. The courts were skeptical that gerrymandering was always to blame for a mismatch between voter identification and statewide results. Like, what if Democrats were just fielding bad candidates? Or what if bad luck or geography or happenstance or some other permissible factor wound up packing Democrats into fewer congressional districts than their Republican opponents? Like, how can you prove that the results were caused by gerrymandering? But in a 2004 case called Veith v. Jubelrear, the court predicted that those newfangled computers would find a way. It was a very fractured decision, with Justice Antonin Scalia writing for the plurality that the question of whether a district was gerrymandered involved a sea of imponderables, so the Supreme Court shouldn't even try to develop a workable standard. But Justice Anthony Kennedy, the swing vote, figured that computers in the future would probably give us the ability to show exactly how districts were gerrymandered to favor one party and disfavor the other. He said, if suitable standards with which to measure the burden a gerrymander imposes on representational rights did emerge, hindsight would show that the court prematurely abandoned the field. And of course, he was right. Just 10 years later, computers made it trivially easy to show that districts were intentionally gerrymandered to advantage one political party over another. All you have to do is feed all the permissible criteria for drawing a district except partisan advantage into a computer. So you add geography, demographics, protecting incumbents, and then you ask the computer to draw 1,000 maps or 100,000 maps or 1,000,000 maps. And if those maps don't produce the same congressional breakdown by party, then you know for sure that the determinative factor was partisan advantage. So problem solved, right? After the 2010 census, North Carolina redrew its congressional maps. Voter registration in the state was roughly even, and Democrats held 7 of the state's 13 congressional seats. But when the new map was released in 2011, it produced 10 Republican seats and just 3 Democratic ones. Democrats sued. They put on an expert witness who compared the actual map to 3,000 computer-generated ones that didn't try to gerrymander for Republicans, and every single one produced at least 1 more Democratic seat. Most produced 3 or 4 more Democratic seats. But the Roberts Court didn't care. In a case called Rucho v. Common Cause, they ruled that partisan gerrymandering is a non-justiciable political question. The fact that such gerrymandering is incompatible with democratic principles does not mean that the solution lies with the federal judiciary. We conclude that partisan gerrymandering claims present political questions beyond the reach of federal courts. Their solution was for gerrymandered parties to just vote harder. How are you going to do that if your state legislature is totally gerrymandered to ensure that the politicians who draw the maps are all from the same party? Well, That's your problem. Taking a closer look at specific stories, you see a fascinating breakdown of how attitudes across political divides are rapidly changing. There were 326 reports about Governor Abbott ordering the arrest of the absent Texas House Democrats, with 31% of coverage coming from the left, 45% from the center, and only 23% from the right. On the left, sources mostly framed the story as the Texas governor ordering the arrests. The center sources focused on explaining the context. And on the right, sources largely focused on why the Democrats left in the first place without talking about the nature of arresting them. Now, headlines and coverage vary greatly depending on the source, which is exactly why I love today's sponsor, Ground News. Legal eaglets get 40% off a Ground News Vantage subscription. Just scan the QR code on screen or click the link on the description to claim your discount. The Nobel Peace Center called Ground News an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview, and I could not agree more. They've been a longtime supporter of this channel and of independent journalism at large. So please consider checking them out. Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the source's reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. One of my favorite parts is their bias comparison feature, which highlights specific differences in reporting across the political spectrum. I also love their blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are underreported by either side of the political spectrum. These gaps in coverage are exactly why Ground News is my favorite way to stay informed. And just to repeat, legal eaglets get 40% off a Ground News Vantage subscription. Scan the code on screen or click the link in the description to start your subscription today. You'll get unlimited access to every feature, including the Bias Insight tool and the blind spot feed. And by subscribing, you are also supporting an independent platform that's trying to make the media landscape more transparent and balanced. So scan the QR code or click the link below, and after that, click right here for more Legal Eagle, or we will see you in court. So partisan gerrymandering is now legal, but a lot of people don't like it because it feels unfair and undemocratic to allow politicians to pick their voters rather than the other way around. There's also the glaringly obvious fact that the easiest way to spot the Democrats when you're drawing a gerrymandered map is to code for minority voters. Trump made a lot of gains, particularly with black voters, but he still took just 15% of black voters in 2024. So a lot of gerrymanders get challenged because they illegally dilute the voting power of minorities in violation of the Voting Rights Act. And red states defend those gerrymanders by saying, oh, we weren't trying to reduce the representation of minorities, we were trying to reduce the representation of Democrats. And the Supreme Court said that's okay. So to fight back after the Rucho decision, several states enacted laws mandating that electoral maps be drawn by an independent redistricting committee. But Texas was not one of them. And in 2021, the Republican-dominated legislature locked in a GOP advantage in the U.S. House of Representatives, thanks in part to that crazy map of Austin. Remember, 46% of registered voters in Texas are Democrats, but they're netting just 37% of seats. That's a pretty substantial gerrymander, but now Trump is worried about the midterms, so he ordered Governor Greg Abbott to find him 5 more seats, reducing Democratic representation to just 24%. That's some pretty substantial disenfranchisement. Abbott initially expressed reluctance to redraw the map again since it was already redrawn during the normal cycle in 2021 after the 2020 census. But then the Justice Department stepped in to provide him with an excuse. See, the Texas GOP has claimed that the maps were race blind in accordance with federal law. That's been the subject of a lot of litigation. But this summer, the DOJ sent Abbott a letter calling 4 majority-minority congressional districts around Houston and Fort Worth unconstitutional racial gerrymanders. The theory here is that the map is actually racist against white voters. For the record, the Justice Department under Biden sued Texas, saying that the 2021 maps deliberately disenfranchised minority voters, and Texas fought that claim tooth and nail. But this time, Abbott set a special session agenda calling for mid-cycle redistricting in light of constitutional concerns raised by the U.S. Department of Justice. The governor called a special session of the legislature for the 3rd week of July, and Texas Democrats showed up initially. Let's let Texas House Representative Jolanda Jones walk us through what went down.
We had 3 sham hearings with no maps, where people were forced to testify that they were neutral on the maps because of our processes, when actually, I would say about 99.9% of the people were against it.
So Republicans claimed not to have the maps ready during the time for public comment and then produced them just hours before the committee was supposed to vote on them, at which point the Texas Democrats walked out and left the state, depriving the legislature of a quorum. A quorum is the minimum number of members present required to do business. And that makes sense, right? You don't want like 10 legislators to be able to walk into the chamber, gavel in, and then pass laws. Article 3, Section 10 of the Texas State Constitution defines a quorum as 2/3 of the total number of elected members. So for the Texas House, which is 150 members, that's obviously 100. There are 62 Democratic members, and if 51 of them don't show up, there's no quorum, and the legislature can't do any business other than trying to compel the attendance of absent members. Now, this isn't the first time Texas Dems have fled the state to break quorum. In 2021, when Abbott was trying to jam through those super not racist maps, they left for several weeks, and it is not illegal to break quorum. The Texas House rules allow the body to censure or even expel members who refuse to show up upon a 2/3 vote. But that's a House rule. It's not a law. But look, people have jobs and lives and kids they want to see, and eventually the Democrats came home to their families and the Republicans got their maps through. Then in 2023, the Texas House enacted a rule change imposing a $500 daily fine for breaking quorum. And by the way, Texas House members work part-time. They get just $600 a month, along with a per diem of $221, but only on days that the House is in session, which is typically 6 months every other year, plus whatever 30-day emergency sessions the governor calls. No one is getting rich off this job. So this time, Texas Democrats knew they were going to have to plan ahead to pay those fines, and they immediately started both fundraising and meeting with blue state governors, especially Governor J.B. Pritzker in Illinois, who happens to be a billionaire. And they got the money they needed to camp out in other states to block quorum, so this map can't be voted on. So the first thing that happened after Democrats broke quorum was that the Texas House issued civil arrest warrants for the missing Democrats on August 3rd. Those civil warrants give state troopers and the chamber's sergeant-at-arms the power to round up the missing legislators and bring them to the Capitol. But those warrants are no good out of state, which is why Democrats are holed up in Illinois, New York, and Massachusetts. So far, so normal. Everyone knew that the Texas Republicans would go after Texas Democrats for breaking quorum, but Texas Republicans are now laying into each other, and it is wild. Governor Abbott got the ball rolling by vowing to seek a court order declaring that the Democratic legislators had abandoned their offices if they didn't return by August 4. He also accused them of violating state bribery laws by raising money to pay the $500 daily fines.
Yeah, no, abandoning your job is going to Cancun in the middle of a deadly freeze, right? Abandoning your job is cutting health care when people need access. Abandoning your job is cutting public education when we already have one of the worst education systems in the nation. What we are doing is the fundamental protection by our founding fathers in the Texas Constitution.
Now, the Texas Supreme Court is pretty well aligned with Governor Abbott. The justices are elected statewide, which means that they're all Republicans. And in cases of retirement, the governor gets to appoint an immediate replacement. But Abbott did not point to any particular court case in support of his right to kick the Democratic legislators out of office. Instead, he pointed to an opinion letter that Attorney General Ken Paxton wrote in 2021 during the last quorum break. Paxton said in the letter that if a legislator is believed to have forfeited his or her office by abandonment, the Attorney General or the county or district attorney of the proper county may initiate a suit in district court seeking a judgment removing the person from office. So on Tuesday, August 5th, Abbott filed an emergency petition for a writ of quo warranto in the Texas Supreme Court against Representative Gene Wu, the minority leader of the Texas House. A quo warranto action is a common law remedy which challenges the right of an official to hold office. So Abbott is asking the Supreme Court to say that Wu has forfeited his office by abandoning it and leaving the state, and thus he's not a member of the Texas House anymore. The court has given Representative Wu until Friday to file his response. But then Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton leapt in with a letter to the court saying that only he has the authority to bring a quo warranto action against these
Only I may dance.
Abbott. Incidentally, Paxton barely showed up for his own impeachment trial, so it's more than a little bit hypocritical for him to huff and puff about Democrats shirking their responsibility to the chamber. Anyway, Paxton said he's waiting to file until Friday, August 8th, the deadline the Republican House Speaker has set for the Democratic legislators to return. But he said that the court shouldn't dismiss Abbott's case. It should just, I guess, hold on till Friday and then let Paxton bust in like the Kool-Aid man and take over as plaintiff. Abbott fired back that he's actually not relying on the same statute as Paxton, so he does too get to be the one to bring this quo warranto action against the missing Democrats. We'll see what the Texas Supreme Court says about declaring the office vacant because lawmakers have abandoned it. There's no precedent for that before, although they are the highest court in the land. I expect that any evicted lawmakers would certainly appeal to a federal court, but we're in uncharted territory here.
There is no felony in the Texas Penal Code for what he says. So respectfully, he's making up some okay? He's trying to get sound bites, and he has no legal mechanism. And if he did, subpoenas from Texas don't work in New York. So he gonna come get us how? Subpoenas in Texas don't work in Chicago. He's gonna come get us how?
Now, Paxton has a pretty good reason for wanting to raise his political profile since he's challenging sitting U.S. Senator John Cornyn for his seat next year. And in a one-party state, you have to outflank your opponent by running to the right to beat him in a primary, which is exactly what Paxton has done. But Cornyn also has a pretty good reason to try and beef up his crazy cred, which he did in a letter to FBI Director Kash Patel asking the federal law enforcement agency to track down and arrest the Texas lawmakers. That should have been rejected out of hand, since Texas Democrats aren't violating federal law. They're not even violating state law. They're violating the internal rules of the Texas State House of Representatives. But Cornyn says that the fundraising appeals may violate federal bribery laws, and thus the FBI should go track these Democrats down and drag them back to Texas. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker has some thoughts about that one, but according to Cornyn, Kash Patel agreed to do it, although there appears to be some
instead of
ambiguity
dealing
as to
with
whether
each
the
other,
FBI
they're
will just
fleeing
be
the state.
finding those lawmakers, which won't be hard since they're not hiding, or actually arresting them and dragging them back to Texas, which would be a gross abuse of federal authority. No one thinks that civil warrants issued by the Texas House for infractions of its own political rules are enforceable across state lines. This has the potential to get real ugly fast. I cannot think of any possible legal justification for the FBI to go chasing down state lawmakers for violating political rules of their state house. Texas's threat to redistrict has sparked threats by California, New York, Illinois, and Maryland to redraw their own maps to offset any partisan gains made by Texas. Meanwhile, the president just posted on social media that he instructed our Department of Commerce to immediately begin work on a new and highly accurate census based on modern-day facts and figures, and importantly, using the results and information gained from the presidential election of 2024. People who are in our country illegally will not be counted in the census. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay, that's a lot. But briefly, the Constitution and federal law provide for a decennial census that's every 10 years, not one that the president declares spontaneously whenever he wants. Preparations are already underway for the 2030 census, which is a huge undertaking. The 14th Amendment requires enumeration of the whole number of persons in each state, regardless of their citizenship status, and I have no idea what he means by information gained from the presidential election of 2024. Then again, we're talking about a guy who randomly wanders out onto the roof of the White House, so maybe he doesn't know either. I think it would be appropriate to give the last word here to Texas Representative Jolanda Jones.
When the litigation happens, because it's going to happen, trust and believe, right? That there will be testimony saying that everybody was neutral on it, which is, excuse my French, a damn lie. Then, when they got the map on Wednesday, and let me be clear, it was the worst kept secret in Texas. I was on the redistricting committee, and I was wondering in January, why am I on the redistricting committee? I mean, it ain't a redistricting year. And we didn't meet once, right? But this was always the backup plan. Always. I sat in on the hearings. It was a joke.
Thanks, Chief Justice Roberts.
God, I hate that bit so much. Now, mind you, I don't hate Liz or the fact that we've turned that into a bit. but I hate that it's such a thing that we had to turn it into a pin. Now, the one thing that I'll add is that in addition to it not being a crime, it's important to note that legislators leaving the chamber or state is a long-standing American tradition in politics. Abe Lincoln once jumped out of a window to prevent a quorum in Illinois. The Illinois State Register reported that he, quote, very unceremoniously opened the window and jumped out, followed by one or two other members. In modern history, no one has walked out more than Oregon Republicans, who have decamped at least 10 times, most recently in 2023, when they left for 6 weeks. None of them were ever arrested or threatened to be arrested. Legislators in Nebraska, Michigan, Wisconsin, Indiana, and Rhode Island have also staged legislative walkouts.
So they spend most of their
Texas
time not
Republicans are
doing
saying
their
it's the greatest
jobs.
entry to democracy
Just
when
leaving the
legislators
state.
don't show up for work. That's exactly what House Speaker Mike Johnson did when he adjourned the House early in order to avoid anything about the Epstein files. And recently, Texas Republicans have made it clear that they're not looking to compromise with their Democratic colleagues. They want arrests and expulsion. Just the other day, Paxton filed a lawsuit in Illinois arguing the full faith and credit clause means that Illinois state courts have to enforce the civil warrants issued by the Texas House. Paxton filed the case in Adams County, which is more than 4 hours away from the Chicago suburbs where the Texas legislators are staying. And I probably don't need to tell you why. Adams County voted for Trump by 47 percentage points, whereas DuPage County voted for Kamala Harris by 14 points. And there's yet more going on. Not to be outdone, Governor Greg Abbott asked the Texas Supreme Court to expel Houston Representative Gene Wu, chair of the House Democratic Caucus, from office. Abbott argued that breaking quorum is the equivalent of vacating one's office, though it looks like this is the wrong venue and is against centuries of precedent, but it's Texas, so who knows. Meanwhile, the Texas House is set to reconvene, and they have
to
set a
like
deadline for
leave
Democrats
to
return.
avoid
But
the
if they
right
do decide to go back to Texas, they're going to need a good lawyer. And speaking of good lawyers, here's the lead partner of the great firm, the Eagle Team. Now, after I started this channel, every week
I
I
would
get
too.
hundreds of comments and emails
I would
from
just
viewers
leave.
who are dealing with
I'd be
legal
like, yeah,
problems.
I mean,
They'd
they're
ask,
right wingers.
"Can
I
you
don't
help
want to
me
be in the
find
same room
lawyers?
as
How do
them.
I know if this attorney is any good?" And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back.
My
And
distaste.
that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front, and your lawyers only get paid if you do, to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. If we can't represent you, or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could, but what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team.
I love Legal Eagle. Yay, thank you Legal Eagle for the excellent content from my stream. I've liked and sub to your channel. Nice, so we got to the end of that list. Let's do this one.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This game is straight dog water. 7 Days to Die is a survival sandbox game that released in public alpha back in 2013 with 2 years of dev time prior.
My god, it's
really
been
to
12
15
years.
And it just released out of early access like a month ago. In this game, you are trying to survive a world riddled with zombies of varying types by conceptually building your fortress and fending off the horde on the titular 7th day, or die. This game has a pretty dedicated player base, and it's been long requested that I cover this game, which while I can totally
I don't really know why. I could see it for
I
Rust.
certainly didn't. Now, disclaimer, just because I
7
hate this
days.
game and will be actively ripping on it for the next however long this video ends up being, that doesn't mean you aren't allowed to like the game, nor am I going
love
to
7
blast you
days.
for liking it. The point of this video is to share my opinion of this game, which I ultimately ended up hating to a point that I'd rather get dysentery than play this game again. So while the blasting ensues, please keep in mind that this is my personal opinion, and while I may state things as if they're fact, I've been wrong before, I would like to be wrong again. Fair enough. Good. If you like what you see here today, consider hitting that like and subscribe button. Or don't. I mean, you do. Not your mom. Let's talk about this shit show already.
Thank
Let me
you,
start
the
with some
bottom
positives,
dweller. I've
because
liked and sub
as
to your
per
channel.
usual, even though I hate this game, I still want to give credit where it's due. The initial concept actually had me really interested. The idea that every 7th night you'd be attacked by a horde of zombies of varying strength was very appealing. Something that I wish there were more of were survival sandbox games where at night your shit got attacked and you had to defend your base. Fortnite was supposed to be that, or, you know...
7 days isn't
Point
like
is,
that.
I think it really put that survival part of the genre name to the test. Also, I do appreciate that if you hate certain values in this game that you can tweak them to your liking. I know that a lot of survival games do this and that this isn't really unique to this game, but for some reason a lot of survival games still don't have this sort of system. It's just nice to see it here. Are there any other good things about this game? No. 7 Days to Die might be the only game to actively piss me off by not necessarily how bad it is, but by the sheer amount of jarring decisions it makes. To a point that it wraps around to being terrible because of them. Starting off, you know that whole praise I gave about its initial concept being really good? Yeah, well, my word choice was pretty fucking specific. That was the initial idea. What they did here was the equivalent of dropkicking their own child, hoping it would result in rerolled stats and provide better character development. Somewhere, at some point in the game's dev cycle, they decided to pivot to what I can only properly describe as a shitty Fallout 4 with World of Warcraft quests. And believe me, I say, I desperately wish I was joking. The way it works is that any and all survival game actions you do will get you experience. Looting, building, crafting, and killing zombies. All of them. Killing zombies giving to you the most in one go. Also, ignoring XP values, highly inflated
but the graphics,
once you get enough experience,
the fact that going
up,
underground doesn't really
that's
mean
where the shit show
anything.
actually begins. When you level up, you allocate your singular points per level into either a perk or increasing a base stat, and your perks can only level up so far according to the value of your base stats. So sometimes you get to spend points in fun and interesting perks, and other times you get to spend it on a default minor stat increase.
Ringing.
Now
Give me
this
just a
doesn't seem
second.
so bad.
Gotta pause it here. Okay. Block is good. I didn't know, but these things are a good source of cloth. Yeah, look, there's like a ghost outfit. That's good. That's like a whole nother. That's a whole nother kit. These are expiring, are they? Yeah, they're finally expiring. Yeah. Oh well. Am I still? Yeah, well, hey, I'm past the low sec part, so yeah, I did this wisely. I guess I'll do it this way backwards as well. It's good. I went and bought a new Cat Navy. I should have just bought a Cat Navy, but the way that I came, I got killed 3 times, so I was just like, well, I'd rather just get to my goal and then go to the closest AH from there, and that's what I did. And I bet I actually got it. I think I got through. I'm going to be able to... I'm in high sec now, so yeah, I'll be able to actually, like, do this quest. I need the damn rep. I can't have Amar drop below 0. It's such a goddamn nightmare. You get banned out of Amar space, and it's exactly like Mortal. What do? You have to go to, like, Lawless Lands and pay fucking, like, dog tags, and I don't want to do that. I'd rather do this. This is preventative. Like, dog tags, they take money. They take real money. Like, you can dump a bill pretty easy on dog tags. They're not cheap. Particularly because they fix your rep problems. But I don't grind dog tags, so I don't care. I like the Sword and Shield stuff. It like adds promise to the game. It's good. Nice, getting a lot of food this run. Got 10 minutes here, and I'm gonna have to take a break to go water the garden and cook dinner and eat. You go. I will eat you. Double check here. Yep, no, nothing but Cave Kiwi. He must live somewhere that direction. Probably, if I had to guess, launch site. Yeah, Cave Kiwi probably lives at launch site in the snow. So, and I'm probably seeing him because he probably lives like maybe in that cluster of trees or something. We don't know. I have no idea where he is. But we know that I'm safe here and I'm not being stalked, and that's the main thing. I want my autonomy. I never should have been a target. I'm just not that guy. I used to jump down the rim, but I mean now it's just so easy to go out the front door. Oh, I suppose I could check further. Nice, yeah. There was stuff. It's good. At this point now, where am I rock a revolver with a soda can suppressor? You're like, who cares if you fire a gun on this server? Nobody hears it. And if it is, it's like a revolver. They never meant hardcore to be this big thing, but some of us got really, really addicted to it. I got addicted to hardcore pretty bad. I spent so many thousands of hours on this server. It's fucking crazy. It's weird, now that the zombies are gone, all these people came. I wonder if they understand that this place is going to be filled with zombies soon. I hope they stay. This was supposed to be the really crazy hardcore way, but the damn zombie mod isn't working. And I wonder if that mod maker might retire. Because they redid hardcore. People lost their zombie mods, and I don't know what's happening. Getting dark. I'm gonna get off this game now. Rust used to look beautiful to me, and it does sometimes when you're like in the right setting, but now it's starting to look really dated again. It didn't look dated there for a while, but other games have now made this game look dated, like Once Human, Starfield even kind of makes this game look dated, just in terms of what it's pushing through in its HD textures is higher, especially like on a good rig. And Starfield's kind of spoiled me now a little bit. It's not a perfect looking game. Creation Engine's good, but it is actually really smooth engine. Alright, we're done here. Just gonna check the report one more time. Yeah, I don't suspect I'm gonna get pushed. It's good. I want to test it and leave the fucking thing here, but I mean, they can just buy a submarine and sink my ship, so no, I'm not gonna do that. It's stupid to stay by fishing village. I should stay out of view of it. But I mean, getting that kind of scrap together and then moving it across the island and then making the bullets, like making the fucking torpedoes and stuff, is so much work and so much points that honestly, like, I don't know why they would waste the time, really. The last couple of times they pushed me on the tugboat, they did it on foot because they can't, like, sink it, you know? Not without a huge investment of time. And I try and show them on stream that, you know, I'm going to just, you know, go to another tugboat right away and just keep farming the same XP. Like, I got a level. I'm 13 right now. I got a level. It's a lot harder to get levels on this server now. So it doesn't matter if they take the tugboat. I'm still getting the XP that I seek every time I go out. It doesn't matter where I do it on the server. I try to defeat them logically, as opposed to like having to defeat their egos by killing them or dying to them or anything like this. I've experienced ego death and I don't really care what fucking happens. I don't care what they do. I don't care if they rob me or whatever. I'm annoyed by the frustration of getting like inconvenienced too much, you know, way too much. But I don't care what happens. And I try to illustrate this all the fucking time. That, you know, one of the things about gank and bullies is they have to, their target has to feel loss in order for them to get their kicks or whatever. And when I don't feel loss, I'm like, you know. I guess I get to put down more crates now. That's cool. We're gonna make some vert thingies, vert storage crates, like as many as you can give me. Give me like 3. Yep, I'll just keep stacking on down. Vert storage crates. I don't really want to block the line. I'm gonna make a line of them. This thing hasn't cooked in a while, which is bad. I mean, right there, I can put the wood in it. So, there's a vert storage crate. It should fit, it won't. Don't know why. Blocked by abyss storage tank. What? Oh, right, I don't have priv. Right. Well, I guess I could leave. I don't really want to, though. I'll just slap them down later when I'm not here. Okay, I've hit my deadline here, and I'm gonna log out at fishing. No, I am gonna take the time to move this boat just to frost, so that any swimmers or any people, they've got to actually show the work. They've got to show the work if they're gonna. Swear to God, I thought I saw a flashlight there for a second. Like someone was playing with light over there. Doesn't it kind of look like it? But no, I think it's just the way the graphics look. It's weird. This game, it's turning off the DLSS, which I guess because it probably doesn't need it. Or I mean, it does need it though. It's sitting at 52. It keeps turning off the DLSS. Don't turn it off. Yeah, like what? Like, and I don't gain any. Well, I do gain about 26 frames. Yeah. Like, why does the DLSS keep getting shut off? Now, when I look over in that direction, it's way less pixelated, but it's still like not very legible what it is. I should stop leaving the ship because that's just death. Death of the base. Go out there to the snow, fire up the turbo here. Oh, speaking of turbo, I guess I'll spend my points. Yeah, let's spend our points in the vehicle chart. We get to buy... Oh no, I have 5 points in turbo, huh? I have 5 points in turbo. I forgot. I have a really good turbo and I've not been using it. Yeah, give me turbo and I'll fucking shoot forward here. Yeah. He nerfed this, but I mean, I am moving fairly quickly. I'm still moving quickly for a tugboat. Yep, we'll just go right on out to Frostwater, where it's way, way safer for me from swimmers and you know, hoppers on. You get hoppers. You get hoppers. They come. Little bitch ass hoppers. They come and hop on the boat. It's so fucking annoying. I almost had one like last week. It was just insane. I passed somebody and they were thinking about it. I saw them as they passed me. They were like, should we engage this? And I was like, I was nodding at them. I was like, hi guys, no.
Until you realize I had to triple my fucking XP value to level up at a reasonable rate. So that level you see on screen, imagine a third of that and look at the day count. And then keep in mind for the rest of this video that every day on default settings takes an hour of
I'm gonna come back to this, but yes, I will bomb out here, guys. I'm terribly sorry. I gotta go water the garden. So, I am Skycatlive. I'm a full-time variety gamer. I'm sorry to leave. It's 7 o'clock on prime time, but I mean, I have a real life too. Gotta go deal with it. I love you guys. Thank you so much for your time. I'll be back here in like an hour, if even. It might only be like 15 minutes, actually. It might only be like 15 minutes. If I'm only just talking to my family and then watering the garden, then I'm just done. I'm like done in like, I don't know. It took me half an hour yesterday, so probably call it like half an hour to an hour here or something like that, but I'll be back for the rest of the evening. Thank you so much, and I love you guys. I will see you later. Bye. Hi, guys. What's up? I'm back. It's 8:45. It's been almost 2 hours. I couldn't find my cat, which held me up a little bit, but I mainly just, you know, did all the stuff that I needed to do, and then I ate dinner, and now I'm back. So here I am, and we have a new internet historian, which I'm very happy about. Gonna show that today. This came out, 6 days ago. It's very, very pertinent, which is good. Oh, what's that sound? Okay, sorry about that. Let's go.
Sailing. And some very patient people over at Patreon. Okay, music fades in.
Music fades in.
My friend, let me weave you a tale of a windswept night beyond the old Egyptian sands, where the water plays coy with the shore, and the coy are sure to play in the water, where the desert wolves make love to the moon. Exterior day. This is the Suez Canal. Undeniably, Egypt's most famous body of water. Nothing bad ever happens here. Oh, except for that one time. Okay, so there's a ship, and it's called the Ever Given, and it's going up the Suez Canal really, really fast, probably. And you think that, well, the Port Authority would call up, and they'd be like,
Captain, you are going way too fast.
but the captain, he's wicked sick cool, so he's like,
They're just jealous.
They're just jealous
of
of
my
my...
passion for going fast through critical trade infrastructure. Increase speed.
If you will not slow down, prepare to meet the full might of the Egyptian military.
two of Egypt's fastest fighter jets scramble on the runway. But the captain kept adding power.
Faster! The people of Europe need these Chinese knockoffs of European goods.
And they got all sorts of technology to go like top speed.
Don't go faster, I beseech you.
But everyone on the crew was loving it. Yeah, go faster. But then...
Look out! Someone left a ramp in the middle of the canal.
I ain't afraid of nothing.
I ain't afraid
was
of
at this
nothing.
point that the captain chose to deal with lens flare. But they overshot. They were going to collide with them.
This is how it goes in these people's minds when they do this stuff. It's insane. Okay, free mode. Yeah, we're going to do some Grand Theft Auto. We're going to play some Rust.
Sloping sandy bank.
Sandy bank.
They threw on the handbrake.
Drop anchor! Brace for impact!
But it was too late. Collision. Literally everybody died.
Literally everybody dies.
Ever given, ever taken away. That'll do. All right, see you in a year. What do you mean it's not long enough? Wikipedia, ChatGPT. Add the music. They love that. A reaction GIF? That's a good one. No, this video is too good.
So notice, so when I log back in, there's 4 people. Now watch the pop jump. Watch the pop jump, because they're so obvious. It's hilarious.
Dial it back a little. Okay, let me start again. I'll do the phony voice too. Better. Okay, so here's what really happened. This story begins in Malaysia. Of course, you already know, but that's this one over here. And at a port named Tanjung Pelepus is the container ship known as the Evergiven. The last of the cargo is loaded onto the ship, and the captain of the ship, Krishnan Kanthaval, is there with his crew of 20. Hello. At this point, Kanthaval probably said something like, "All right, the boat's tummy is all full of cargo. We're almost ready to get going." So Evergreen, the operating company of the ship, would have called ahead and booked passage for the ship. Yes, 1 adult ship ticket, please. Large. How many containers? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now this guy at the operating company is on the line to the Suez Canal Authority, and they are in charge of all of the operations of the Suez Canal. All right, thank you for choosing Suez Waterways. You are scheduled for March 23rd. You are 922nd in queue. All right, we've got a Supermax container coming through on March 23rd. Pulling up the stats now. The Evergiven, one of the largest container ships in the world. Over 400 meters long.
400
60
meters.
wide.
That's like a football
Only
field.
10% smaller than the world's largest aircraft carrier.
Why?
Able to carry over 20,000 of these shipping containers. Here's a guy and a sandwich for scale. All right, navigator, helmsman, Gene. Let's get going. We wouldn't want to hold up the other ships. With a teary goodbye, the Ever Given sets sail from Malaysia and makes course for the Netherlands. Let's go to the map. Malaysia, and you already know, but the Netherlands is over here. The route's so simple, you just go from here over to... Oh. We're blocked by Africa, sir. Should we just head back? Don't worry, I know a shortcut. Head into that inlet. It's called the Red Sea. Captain, it's blue. I know. In a bit over a week, the Ever Given cruises all the way to the Red Sea. And on the way, someone on the crew points out Djibouti and says it aloud. Djibouti, because it's fun to say. It's a great time to be a cargo ship captain, I can tell you that much. Captain, we've got another problem on the sat-nav. There's more land in the way. How are we supposed to get through an obstacle like this? Should I just head back? Now, if this was 1868, Canterville would be in big trouble. But luckily, in 1869, someone happened to dig a big channel right from one side of this isthmus to the other, and filled it with water, they did, which meant that ships no longer needed to circumnavigate Africa. It's nothing personal. It's a geographic thing. Late that evening, the Ever Given arrives at the Gulf of Suez, here on the map. It's a big open area for ships to park. And there are ships everywhere, sitting idle, waiting for their turn to pass through the canal. Now the helmsman is kind of driving around the area, looking for a place to park and drop anchor.
Circumnavigating Africa.
But then, something captures his attention. Hey, what's that mysterious-looking ship over there? It looks abandoned. M.V. Hamad. M.V. Do not speak its name, helmsman. Why not? Look, there's a spot. That's a handicap. They park the ship, drop anchor, and radio into the Suez Canal Authority. Thank you for joining the queue. Typical wait time is a few hours, up to 1 business day. Why do we have to wait? Why can't we just go straight through? Because we've got rules here at the canal. A big book of them. No running, no dive bombing, and blah, blah, blah. Somewhere way down the back of the manual it says, all vessels entering or leaving the canal must have a pilot. And in fact, a ship as large as yours needs 2. These pilots are employees of the Canal Authority who understand the perils of the route. Kind of like a consultant to the captain. And they stand around going, yes, go here, turn coming up here, watch out for the geese. So just stand by for a while, yep? Nothing to do till this pilot arrives. Guess I'll take a little bit of me time. I'm off to my cabin, fellas. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And so just after midnight, Canterville heads back to his quarters to take a nap. Quite a cozy scene, wouldn't you say? But all is not well on the Ever Given tonight. There seems to be some trouble. With the weather. 2:30 a.m. Canterville wakes up.
Fuck, I forgot to
Outside
put this
is the loud
storage
rattle
everywhere.
of shipping containers sparring with the wind. Loud enough to capture Canterville's attention. Rah-rah. He dashes up to the bridge. Alright, what's the status on it being really, really windy outside? The wind is up to 35 knots, but the Ever Given is fine and the anchor is keeping us held. Alright, it sounds like I can head back to my quarters then. Wait, Captain. I think we need to move the ship. Yeah, those guys are getting closer and closer to us. We're surrounded by ships like the Al Nasriyah. Their anchors can't withstand the wind and they are being dragged about. We need more buffer or there's risk of a collision. Good thinking. Alright, duty engineer, prep the engines. Aye. The ship kicks to life. The helmsman steers the Ever Given to get further away from the other ships. This whole thing might be cancelled. Port control. Although this waiting area is delightful, the weather outside is very frightful. Is passage through the canal still happening? Not cancelled. Hold position. Your pilot is wrapping up and will be on his way to your vessel soon. They're making us wait. Captain, if we're struggling not to hit ships in this
big open area. It's going to get pretty dicey when we have to navigate through a narrow channel like the Suez.
Yes. Although you should have said, spoiler warning.
Coming up next on Channel Ad Time.
Welcome back to Raising Saley. I'm Saley Man, professional traveler and eSIM user. Finding tourists to get them huge savings on an eSIM plan. It ain't for the faint of heart. But if there's one thing I've learned in all my years, when they're traveling, they need data.
I can't get an Uber. I didn't sort out my data before I left.
Got another one? Try this. First we download the Saley app on your phone. Then we choose how much data we want and where. Then we add the code Internet Historian for 15% off. And don't forget the most important part. I just gave your phone international data using the Saley app.
Thank you, Saley Man. Very cool.
So download the Saley app or scan the QR code on the screen now and use the code Internet Historian to get 15% off at checkout.
It's so beautiful here in the hills of Switzerland. If only I could listen to podcasts in the background.
Here comes Saley Man. Over 200 destinations, 24/7 live chat support, and no physical SIM or roaming fees, because it's just an app.
Could I have my phone back, please?
At Saley, family comes first, and data comes second. Data comes first. They're both tied for first.
Tonight on Raising Saley.
Anyone can get sick. Dead ones. Sorry, I have a boyfriend ones. All regular.
I have a presentation in 15 minutes at the UN Security Council,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't download the slides. Without this presentation, I'm worried they're going to nuke North Sentinel Island again.
15 minutes to go and he hasn't got the slides.
I'll be the guy who started the next World War without those damn slides.
10 minutes to go and he hasn't got the slides.
History will not look kindly on me without those slides.
Here comes Saley. Now you have 10 gigabytes of data on your phone. Cheaper than most phone providers.
I love you, Saley Man.
Hush, little one. I saved it.
The Saley app really saved me.
This truly was our darkest hour. But we prevailed. It's not an easy job, but Saley gets me through. So download the Saley app or scan the QR code on screen and use Internet Historian as the code to get 15% off at checkout. Get some damn data on your phone, why not? Ad over. Some time has passed. We're back on the bridge. There's the helmsman. Captain's gone back to his quarters. Pilots would be here for hours. Then suddenly, an idea. The helmsman takes it upon himself to navigate a little bit of art. Tee-hee-hee.
That's
says
real?
the helmsman. As long as no one checks the nav data, this won't come back to bite me at all. A couple of hours pass.
The helmsman?
The wind dies down just a little. No ships crashed into the Ever Given, but a small one did pull up beside it. Captain, pilots are here. Welcome aboard. Oh, hey, Captain. Yes, we're running late. Where's the helm? We don't know what the pilots' names are, so we're just going to go with blue and red. Okay, I think we should move ahead at about 14 kilometers. That's right, ahead, 14 kilometers per hour. The Ever Given joins a convoy of ships taking position at the entrance to the tunnel. Convoy, checking in. Ready. All right, everybody, we want to be alert, stay focused. Yeah, Captain. I'll follow the other ships. I'll try not to get lost. Hold on, helmsman, and the audience. This is a much more perilous journey than you might know. What, a big straight line? It is 193 kilometers of narrow waterway. And I hope you've got some stamina, because it takes 12 hours to traverse. That's a full day trip. Some parts are only 24 meters deep. Oh, that's very shallow. Yes, and only 200 meters wide in some parts. That's very narrow. I've seen McDonald's drive-thrus with more clearance. And you certainly wouldn't want to have an accident, would you? Because 12% of the entire world's sea freight passes through here. If you blocked it, the consequences would be
dire.
humongous. No pressure, though.
Oh, I see. Don't mind him. He gives that speech to everybody. Ahead, 14 kilometers per hour.
Yes, pilot. 14 kilometers. Steady on.
So into the canal, the Ever Given went.
As they cruise, the winds swirl back onto the sea. No longer buffered by miles of open water, the sand and dust can blow about with abandon. Low visibility. Strong winds jostle the ship. Grit pelts the bow. The Ever Given steams ahead at about the pace of a fast jog. And there's no real build-up here, to be honest. Things go awry almost immediately. How are you coping with the wind? It's manageable. All right, well, the wind is definitely pushing us to the left-hand side. Yes, just try to keep it as centered as you can. Adjusting.
These winds are quite something. Do you think we should have insisted they postpone?
The pilots don't seem worried, and they know this water better than anyone. The angle of the wind is particularly nasty, catching the enormous surface area of the ship and constantly nudging it off course.
Helmsman, you're still too far to the left. You got to get back to the center.
Yeah, I'm trying. Adjusting. The helmsman keeps changing the trajectory of the ship, but he cannot seem to stay in the center.
Come on, Helmsman, we're still not centered.
I know, it's
The helmsman's incompetent.
No matter what they do, they can't seem to get away from the left bank. The wind foils their every counter-maneuver. This is not as manageable as I thought it would be. Is it going to be like this the whole way? Don't worry, this is really common. It won't be the whole trip.
No. The problem is we're going too slow.
Red pilot takes the initiative.
If we speed up, we can push through the wind. Accelerate to 22 kilometers an hour.
Somewhat reluctantly, the helmsman obliges. 22 kilometers per hour. Engines engage and the ship speeds up.
Captain, going this fast in heavy winds is needlessly reckless. There are protocols for this sort of thing.
All right, Gene, it's a bit windy. Relax, this must happen all the time. The red pilot was right. The increased speed helps them to fight through the wind and get away from the left-hand bank. However, they can't seem to keep the ship in the very center. Helmsman, you're aimed too severely to the right-hand bank now.
We need a bit of leadership here. Don't worry, I know what to do. Turn left.
Adjusting. The pilot's giving steering instructions now. Captain, is he supposed to do that? Captain, the pilot is not here to give steering orders. You should say something. The ship is now consistently snaking left and right and left and right.
Turn to the right.
So they turn to the right, but then they end up too far to the right. You're too close to the right bank now. Turn to the left.
Yes, I agree. Turn to the left.
Look, this is all a bit tense, and we both know where this is going. It's gonna crash. Let's just enjoy it. Oh, wow. There it is.
There it is.
Sandy bank. Red pilot, we're just consultants. This isn't our job to steer the ship. You're micromanaging. We should only be giving general navigation advice. We're getting too close to the left bank. I can't keep it centered. We have to slow this ship down.
If we slow down, the wind will push us into the bank.
What do I do? Reduce the speed.
The
two pilots begin bickering. And not just bickering normally. They're bickering in Arabic. Arabickering. And Canthable's crew doesn't speak Arabic. What the hell are they saying? I don't know. Neither do I. Does anyone here speak Arabic?
They're gonna hit.
The Ever Given has reached its target speed of 22 kilometers an hour.
Ever Given, ever taken away.
Turns and can't seem to get anywhere near the center of the lane. And the two pilots, they're still fighting.
They're still fighting.
Captain! Pilots! Captain! The Ever Given then reaches an extreme, unrecoverable angle, pointing acutely to the right, straight for the bank.
Welcome home.
We need to turn left. Now. Hard left.
Hard to the left.
Hard to the left. The rudder turns. But the ship doesn't turn with it. Instead, it slides.
Didn't I tell you to turn left?
Why aren't we turning? I am turning to the left, Captain. The ship's not responding. I knew this would happen. It's your fault.
The helmsman loses his ability to steer. The ship has gone out of control. Captain. Canterville finally steps forward. Enough! Helmsman, center the rudder. Reduce speed. Rudder center. Reduce... But it's too late. Canterville did not intervene in time. Shit. The crew can feel the vibrations through the floor as the bow meets the bank. That bow, raised 6 meters, slides into the bank with ease, like a hot pencil through pudding. Meanwhile, the rear of the ship is pulled into the opposite bank. The bridge shakes and the crew lurches forward as 300,000 tons of momentum is reduced to 0 in the span of a couple of seconds. We've run aground! We've run aground! Cut your engines! Canterville yells out on the radio, because don't forget, these ships are running as a convoy, which means that the ships behind them have just seen what's happened, and they all have to slam on the brakes. A couple of ships back, the Asia Ruby 3 suffers an engine malfunction, and it cannot stop as quickly as it intends to, and nearly plows into the back of the Maersk Denver. They manage to stop themselves just in time and prevent running aground as well. Pan back to the Ever Given. Let us look at it from above.
Let's just look at it from above.
Across the entire command. An unplanned bridge connecting
Let us
two
look at it from above.
A ship collision of such magnitude is almost nothing to compare it to.
Nope.
Maybe Hindenburg.
The Concorde.
9/11. I'll
The
keep
Concordia.
No, hold off on the dramatic sound effects.
Concordia.
There's no need to panic just yet. It's like a car tire stuck in the mud. We simply reverse. Full astern. That means
Full astern.
backwards.
We simply
Propellers
reverse.
at the back of the ship whiz to little effect, locked in place by the sand. We didn't move. Nearly a run-up. Crash astern. That's the most dramatic version of full astern, ramping up to full thrust as quickly as possible.
No, you're going to burn out your engines.
Nothing. No, stop it. No sound effect just yet. We still have one more option. Start up the bow thrusters. They're the jets at the front of the ship. They give a little bit of extra oomph. Crash astern, full thrusters. No effect, sir. Now, we don't have the transcript from here, so we'll just presume that at the time, Canterville said something very quirky and millennial, like, so that just happened. But what we do know is that he and the pilots then jumped on the radio and got in contact with the Port Authority. We've got something to tell you, and you gotta promise not to get mad. Shut up. Look, listen, we're gonna need a tugboat. We are run aground. The helmsman takes a turn at being millennial. There are other ships right behind me, aren't there? Uh-huh. And there were, as the queue of container ships piling up behind them got longer and longer. Make that 2 tugboats. So what happened here exactly? And who
Oh
is in
no, they're
big,
gonna have to
big
like
trouble?
sink the ship and break
Explainer
it.
time. There are 3 main causes to why the ship crashed. Let's start with the wind. The captain could have very easily said, guys, the wind is far too severe. Let's postpone. But he didn't. However, the blame's not all on Canterville. The 2 pilots could have also said, let's just follow protocol. By radioing in to HQ and saying, yes, get us 2 tugboats, please.
With one on each side at the front, they would have had far more stability and control, and they wouldn't need to erratically fight about with the wind to stay in the middle of the lane. Second cause, the speed of the ship. Now, it was the red pilot who told the helmsman, accelerate the ship to 22 kilometers per hour. But when he did that, they were already driving at the speed limit for their weight class, 14 kilometers per hour. And telling the helmsman to go beyond that meant that they are technically breaking the rules.
And while I agree that some rules are made to be broken,
going this fast in a very large ship in a comparatively small canal causes a whole bunch of problems to do with fluid dynamics. Big problems. Huge.
5 fun physics phenomena.
Now, I don't know the physics, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you. But what I will say is this. Speeding up causes something approximating oversteer. The ship becomes all slidey. I'm just going to turn a little bit to the left, but instead you go a lot to the left. I'll just turn right a little bit, but instead you turn to the right a lot. Remember how the cheerful navigator was like, come on guys, we have to get back to the center of the lane. Well, they can't, because every time they try to direct back to the center, the speed and the oversteer means they overshoot it. One more effect of going very fast.
I will sneeze. Wait for it.
Take a look at this animation side on. Water pressure effects cause the ship to tilt. At this speed, the front is raised 6 meters higher than usual, which means when they collide with the bank, combined with the high velocity, they really wedge themselves in. But we can't just blame everything on the physicists, because there's a third main cause: poor communication. English is the official language of pretty much every port. However, the pilots start arguing with each other in Arabic, which is not just unprofessional, but excludes all of the rest of the crew from what's being discussed. And all of these competing voices make for chaos on the bridge. But the blame is not all on the co-pilots either. The captain is always in charge. He has the ultimate authority. Decisions start and end with him. So the captain should have intervened and said something like, shut up, everybody. But he doesn't. He stands there quite passively throughout. By the time he does step in, it's too late. Now that everything's been laid out, who would you say is at fault for the crash of the Advocate? The helmsman? Blue pilot? The red pilot?
DC?
Cantheville?
No DC. Yeah, DC.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, the
society. That's who.
Join.
You and me. And I think you should apologize. Alrighty.
The server went down, but oh well, I got where I needed to go, so.
Choking the world's largest freighting canal like a greedy seagull throating a glue stick. Good start. And they didn't get very far through the canal itself. About 5% of the progress bar. But if we scroll up for a second, we can see what landmarks they missed out on. The Great Bitter Lake, named so because the water there is very salty instead of fresh. Then up a 2-lane bit and over to Timsah Lake, named so because Timsah is the Arabic word for crocodile, because there used to be crocodiles in there. Otherwise, it's pretty much zip right through to the Mediterranean. That would have been very nice. Now we go back a bit to Timsah Lake, and here you'll find the city of Ismailia. And at its port, see this building? This is the Suez Canal Authority. Inside,
wow.
Captain El Said, head of navigational control, is just settling in for the day. As he sits down to his desk, Captain, you're gonna want to see this. The video feed pulls up. What? Line 1. We're stuck. Would like to request a tugboat. Stuck? Stuck where? You know that single lane area pretty close to the entrance? There. Now, had this happened in one of the 2-lane sections, they could have kept the traffic flowing. But alas. What? So you're blocking all the traffic? Mr. El Said, we already promised we wouldn't get mad. Fine. I gotta see how bad it is in person. El Said snatches his keys off his desk and he races down to his car, rushing to the scene. He gets out and casts his eyes upon the ship. My God. Towering over him is a structure the width and breadth of the world's largest Walmart, except it is also 15 stories tall. The bow, raised 6 meters higher than normal, is jammed into one side, like an unwitting finger in a Chinese finger trap that somebody filled with Gorilla Glue in its prom tomorrow. And the ass of the ship, firmly squatting aground on the other side.
The
In
ass
the
of
middle
the
of the
ship?
ship, making bended metal groans as it's barely suspended by only a few meters of water. El Said lets the sand run through his fingers. At this point, another important person arrives on the scene. Admiral Rabi. He is the Suez Canal Authority chairman, the big boss of the whole canal. Here's the rough structure of the organization. He's all the way up here, right?
Oh no.
So high up that he reports directly to the Pharaoh of Egypt himself. Yep, that's one blocked canal. No, Mr. President, he didn't say blocked. Shut up. He said that canal rocked. He's giving it a 5-star review. Come on, follow me to the bridge. Al Said and Rabi board the ship, and it's a hell of a scene. The crew is racing around. Oh God, they're gonna check the nav data. They're gonna see the dick pic. Oh God. Canterville's standing back taking a panicked phone call with the operating company. Okay, so 2 pilots walk into a ship, and the first one says, and the 2 pilots from before are still bickering. All right, you 2 are dismissed. Canterville. Oh God, this is the end of my career. This is gonna cost $1 billion. Al Said puts his hand on Canterville's shoulder. Do not worry, my friend. We shall solve this. Come on, Captain. What's the status? Well, the ship isn't floating. Yeah. No, what I mean is the situation is worse than you think. It's the way we're pitched up on the shore. The weight distribution is all wrong. We're like a raised bridge, but we don't have any of the support underneath. The middle of the ship could bend under its own weight and tear. So it could sink? Yeah. That would shut down the whole canal for months. Are we taking on water? No, I've had the engineers check the hull. We can't see water making ingress anywhere. Yet. The best way to get free and the best way to prevent the ship from potentially sinking is to lighten the load. We need to get rid of at least, I don't know, like 20,000 tons. How quickly do you think your crew can offload containers? No. Look how high those boxes are stacked. To offload these containers is going to require specialist equipment, the kind you'd only find at a dedicated port. We're not going to be able to offload these containers out here in the middle of nowhere. All right, well, it's the easiest, most brute force solution you can think of. The ballast tanks. Yeah, go on. We've got nearly 10,000 tons of ballast water on board. We can dump that right now and relieve some pressure. Excellent idea. I'll get started. No, you can't do that. Well, why not? Allow me to explain. You see, when a ship fills its ballast tanks, it's filling with more than just water. It's a big, dilute, salty soup of algae, plant material, and even sometimes small fish. Pick that up in Malaysia, and then just dump that at the next port. You're introducing these stowaway pest species into the environment. Some examples of these invasive species include the Northern Pacific Sea star, the European green crab, that son of a bitch, and cholera. So you have to treat the water before you discharge it, usually through heat or chemicals. And the key there is that it also requires time and access to one of these treatment machines. And we're not at a port. It's going to take much longer than usual. But let me get onto the line with the guys at Ismailia. We probably have a portable water treatment machine somewhere. Al Said turns and looks out the window. Coming down the canal are 2 tugboats, the ones that they ordered earlier. Look, we might not even be that deeply wedged in. These 2 tugboats might be all we need. Yes, tugboats. This is the Mosaid 2 and the Mosaid 3. These 2 little guys are able to pull around this massive cargo ship comparable in
How?
size to the Ever Given. On go the ties. Line secure, all fast. Engine ready. Ready to pull. Canterville looks nervously at El Said. Commence pull. Slow ahead. The polyethylene ropes whine as they're pulled taut from the water. The tugboats lightly draw against the ship, testing for resistance. All right, a little more. 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 Full power. Nothing. Not an inch of difference.
Not an inch.
All right, stop engines. Be on standby. This isn't going to work. With just 2 tugboats, we do not have the pull for a ship this massive, this deeply grounded. It's also low tide. That's not helping. Wind's high tide. Early afternoon, in a couple of hours. All right, that buys us some time. How soon do you think you can get a dredger out here? Let me find out for you. Please
Let
hold.
me find out for you.
The dredgers can remove the sand below the waterline that's all built up around the ship. Hi again. They say it'll take a day, maybe 2. All right, tell them to hurry.
A day or 2? I'd better update my boss. Let him know it's not gonna be a quick fix.
I should call my wife as well. All right, don't go too far. I need you for something in a minute. Hey, what about excavators? Oh yeah, how many we got? Right now? No, for my birthday. Yeah, now. 1. 1 guy. There's only 1 excavator on standby for the whole canal. Well, it's just post-COVID. Everyone's been excavating from home. Patch me through. There really was just 1 guy, by the way. It's local contractor Abdullah. So he picks up the phone. Mushy mushy. There's been a big accident at the canal, Abdullah. There's sand and dirt everywhere. I need your help.
Just send me the deeds, Tune.
Abdullah jumps in his truck and heads to the scene.
And when he pulls up, Gott in Himmel, he sees the massive Ever Given wedged into the canal.
Abdullah locks himself into his excavator and gets to work on the most important task he's ever done digged.
1 guy. That's it? That is him. He did do it. He
On the
dug.
bridge. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Good
Hopefully
for
we understand.
him.
Okay. Yeah,
A hero.
Okay. Whew, the boss was not happy. Hey, before you said you needed me for something. I did. Who's this? Breathe into this tube. Also, you have to do a drug test. After the crash, they tested Canterville for drugs and alcohol. Both came up negative.
Nice.
There's also a procedure to make sure that captains aren't fatigued. They look at the rest schedule and they find, no, Canterville took that nap. Remember? He's had plenty of rest time. So he passed the fatigue assessment. And while Canterville was at the nurse's office, high tide came and went. Tugs were tried again. And again. Trying a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It didn't work. All day trying, all evening, and into the early morning. But that stubborn ship was going nowhere. Of course.
The moon.
Day 2. There's quite a queue of ships by this point, and they're all honking their horns impatiently. And move your ass. I got frozies in the back. Go around! Go around! No one knows quite what's happening because the Suez Canal Authority has not made a formal statement. But their hand is about to be forced when an impatient sailor behind the Ever Given takes a photograph and publishes it online. And this starts a bit of a buzz on social media.
20,000 likes.
It was at this very moment that the helmsman's
They're like, what the hell
most
is that?
fear was most realized. Someone pulled up the navigational data. Within 24
Someone
hours,
pulled
it
it.
was all over the news.
Follows penis.
So over at the Suez offices, Mr. Rebby, you have 300 voicemails. Telemarketers? Important clients and journalists. They're asking about whether the canal is blocked, aren't they? They're asking about whether the canal is blocked, yes. And the Suez Canal Authority could keep it a secret no longer. They held a press conference. Okay. This is crazy. Let's say, hypothetically, they didn't give many details, but it was a very inspirational press conference. The news begins reporting on the story.
It's blocked. Cargo ship blocking the Suez Canal.
A huge container ship. There's just the most incredible drama playing out in the Suez Canal.
A massive container ship longer than the Eiffel Tower.
It's one of the world's most important shipping lanes.
And breaking news from the Nana Star News Channel. I'm Nana. Mega ship's big ass is stuck in the Suez Canal.
Right. Point is, this story exploded everywhere. There was a lot of sympathy to go around.
I appear to have blocked global trade.
And the internet, upon seeing it, went, these guys need some help. We would love to volunteer.
It's not a picture of a naked woman. I need to help them.
They knew best about what to do to get this ship unstuck. All right, it's time for the I reckon you could pretty much just do this and it'd work section. By far the most popular solution was simply blow it up. No ship, no problem. But why wouldn't
Like that match, send that boat to hell.
Worth of cargo. And this thing is about 3
It's
times
all
the
gonna
size
be,
of Mount Rushmore. So there's quite a lot of debris to sweep up, actually. And you still haven't solved the problem of moving the thing out of the canal. Next idea. What if we attach 1,000 helicopters and simply fly the thing out? You could even take it all the way to its destination in the Netherlands. Well, the problem is this thing weighs about 300,000 tons. So even if you had a really powerful helicopter, you're going to need like 25,000 of them. And you can't put them all together in one area or they'll all crash. It ain't going to work.
I'm out to help.
Alright, more seriously, why don't we take a whole bunch of old jet engines, weld them to the sides of the ship, turn them all on at once, and whee, the day is saved. However, there is a risk of an explosion. And then you'd have a hole in the ship. And then the ship sinks. And then you're really never moving it. Hear me out. Liquid nitrogen. A lot of liquid nitrogen right under the boat. The water freezes, expands, the ship lifts up. Bob's rugby level.
Nope.
Except now, the ship is just stuck in ice. And then it melts. And then you're back to the exact same position. Also, you need like $1 billion worth of nitrogen. There's no way to get that much material, let alone handle the scale
we're not made
of
of
that
ice.
material. Also, everyone's going to freeze to death on board, and the ballast will expand in the tanks.
Get 'em
and
on
that'll
board.
destroy the ship. It's not going to work. All right. Last idea. Best idea. What if we just actively made things worse? Such as this petition to add a second boat to the canal. Jokes aside, one humble comment did stand out from the crowd.
Get a few people on this side, a few people on that side, push it, and I really think it would go.
Well, maybe. Because that's exactly what the recovery team intended to do. Ahoy! Ah, good to see you back from the nurse. I told them I didn't do any drugs, but they wouldn't take my word for it. I would have believed you. Just give me the walkie-talkie. All right, full ahead with the excavators. 3 more excavators join Abdullah, and they are all busily digging out the front and rear of the ship. It's still going too slow. What else we got? More rescue stuff. So here comes Ravi pulling up to the scene. Good news, fellas. And he's standing atop a very powerful bit of kit. A big, beautiful dredger. To be specific, a cutter suction dredge. Essentially, you've got a big rotating cutting tool that loosens up all the soil, while a big suction pipe sends it yonder. All right, do the dredgy. Full speed. What else we got? We got more tugboats incoming.
More and more tugboats join the fray.
More and more tugboats join the fray.
Arranged around the ship like this.
I'm saving that one.
The Baraka.
More and more tugboats join the fray. I actually really like that. I'm putting it in a song. More and more tugboats join the fray.
One and the Izzat Adel. These are two of the most powerful tugboats in the Middle East, and that includes the non-deserty parts. Full ahead with those. They keep trying. A cacophony of engines playing the highest stakes game of tug of war ever attempted. Tens of millions of dollars being lost every hour until it was won.
Oh.
And their opponent? Unbothered, moisturized, taking up the whole lane. Unbudgeable. All right, we're calling it for now. Oh, Al Saeed, we've thrown everything we can at the ship, and it won't concede an inch. It's hopeless, hopeless. The cynicism of youth. I've worked for many years on the Suez. There's magic in the water, Canterville. Magic. We will succeed. Your words are empty, El Said. Optimism has blinded you, El Said. We cannot defeat the canal. It is simply too powerful. If I were the guys at Kais and Kaisha, I'd just forget about the Ever Given and buy a new ship. Well, we can't afford a new ship. The owners of the Ever Given, Shoei Kais and Kaisha Limited, are getting very worried. I need that ship back, and I can't just leave it to the Suez Canal Authority to do it. There's only one team daring and foolhardy enough to take on a job like this. Kaisen calls up an elite salvaging company from the Netherlands. Smit Salvage. We need your help. I got your number from you know who. Smit is the industry's best. They have response centers all over the globe, 24/7, ready to respond to marine emergencies. And funnily enough, they're the same team that helped with the rescue of the Costa Concordia back in 2012.
Oh.
Suit up, boys. They put the ocean in Ocean's 11, the tide in Tide Pod. And sometimes they pee in the water. Why not? The fish do it. We're en route to the canal. ETA in the next 24 hours. Next time on Boat in Canal. The prophecy. It's coming true. Kiss me, you fool. I'm beginning to think you don't want to get the boat free. Well, is it the Yanny wire or the Laurel wire? Laurel. I couldn't hear you. You're breaking up. There's only one way this was ever gonna go. It's now day 3. There's more digging, more tugging, but the ship is still exactly where they left it. And the slow pace of progress is starting to cause problems for international trade. Each delayed ship represents thousands of tons of undelivered stock for store shelves. And that queue is getting longer and longer. On board, an estimated $9.6 billion worth of goods is sitting idle.
25,000 ships,
Oh, no,
nice.
it will spoil. And the big question is, how long until this thing is fixed? To answer this burning question, the Suez Canal Authority holds another press conference and declares, guys, another day, maybe 2, might even be this afternoon. But the media and industry experts disagree.
The truth of the matter is that they're not making much ground. I mean, this is proving to be more difficult than originally expected. Could be closed for weeks.
Or it could take weeks.
Could be stuck for weeks.
Weeks. That's how long it could take to free the container ship currently blocking the Suez Canal.
So that means all of these ship operators here, waiting in the queue, have a very difficult choice to make. So basically, I've just got two options. One, I can wait around hoping the ship gets unstuck, which nobody knows how long that's going to be. Or option two, we go all the way around Africa. And I really don't want to do that, and it's not just a geographic thing. Freighters don't want to go around Africa because it will cost them far more in terms of fuel. It adds 10 extra days to the route. And most importantly, pirates.
Pirates, assassins, and gay pirate assassins.
Now, there be two main pirate hangouts. The Somali pirates, everyone knows about them. But the more prolific group is actually in the Gulf of Guinea. Named so because it holds the Guinness World Record for most pirates. In
The
fact,
Guinness
in 2020,
fucking world record.
96% of all maritime kidnappings happened in the Gulf of Guinea. That doesn't sound very good to me, Mr. Kaisha.
And I just want you to know that you've made an enemy. And when I... Is your boat running? Because you better fucking move it. You can't park there. All right, hear me out. I'm thinking a bunch of helicopters, right? And we...
There are a lot of people now who are angry with the owners of the Ever Given. There's only one thing I can do. Bing, 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 bong. Breaking news. Pause for a second. Shoei Kaisen Kaisha is big sorry. The owners of the Ever Given feel such enormous pressure that they go live on television to make a public apology. We are determined to keep on working hard to resolve the situation as soon as possible. Please do not be mad. In a few years, we'll all have a big laugh about it. Yours sincerely, Mr. Kaisha. Oh God, that's the boss of my boss's boss. I'm in so much trouble. Can't do anything about it. All we can do is keep trying to free the ship. So they keep going. And going. Into the night. And on that night, Canterville and El Said had a heart-to-heart. The mood was very somber. Still feeling optimistic, El Said? Of course. Well, it's day 3. How much progress have you seen so far? They're gonna blow us up, aren't they?
They're gonna blow us up.
They're gonna freeze us, aren't they? That seems less likely. They might just attach a whole bunch of jet engines and
They're gonna freeze us.
that one got to bump.
That seems less likely.
Sorry, I don't mean to take it out on you. It's just, all these guys, they rely on me. The navigator, the helmsman, Gene, and the other ones we never animated. But I'm thinking maybe I should just get on a lifeboat right now and never look back. I could go live on an island somewhere, far, far away from here. Run away. Look at this. Teen neck massager for sale. I bet she's checking her mailbox every month. Bulk, $6 fingerless gloves for Mr. Poe Box. You want to disappoint him? No. Little Jimmy won't be getting his 20-pack of kitchen tongs this Christmas. And you think that doesn't kill me inside? But we've exhausted every option. There's nothing on Earth that could free this ship. Well, that's where you're right. Look up there, Lil King. El Said points up into the night sky. Los Lunos. Yes, the moon. The son of the night. To the ancient Egyptians, it was a sign of hope. And in a few more nights' time, a prophecy will be fulfilled. The supermoon.
My passive regen's good. Look,
diagram.
it's
I'm so
2
sorry.
a tick almost.
You see, the moon doesn't just orbit the Earth in a perfectly equidistant circle. It is, in fact, an ellipse. That means there is a point when the moon is the furthest from the Earth, and we call that the apogee. And there's also a point where it's closest to the Earth. That's the perigee. You know when you look into the night sky and the moon seems bigger or smaller than usual? Different distances, isn't it? Point is, the moon gravities all over the water. And the closer it is, the more it's going to pull.
Now, there's another effect as well. If you believe the mainstream media, the Earth is going around the sun like this. And once in a while, it will also align with the sun being on the exact opposite side. Bam! At this point, when everything lines up like so, both the sun and the moon are at max strength pulling on the sea. And they call that the supermoon. And the tidal effects of both combine for an even greater pull. High tide can be even higher than usual, sometimes by up to 1.5 feet. Now, these sorts of moons only happen 3 or 4 times a year.
But in 4 days, Big K, we're going to get one.
Previously on Boat in Canal.
Don't let go! Ha ha ha, my plans have all fallen into place. I thought I knew what being a captain meant.
What do you mean, cut the black and blue wire? There's only white and gold! We've got one chance left. The moon.
The moon.
This is just like that Costa Concordia video he did, but way less funny. Over at the Ever Given, things are status quo. But online, there's a bit of a new development. A screenshot of a news article appears. Cargo ship crashes into Suez Canal. Captain involved in incident. But there's a twist. Uh-oh. Is that a woman? A woman. Egypt's first female sea captain, Marwa El-Sahar, was being named in this headline as responsible for crashing the Ever Given. And the screenshot of this news headline spread all across social media. For Marwa to have screwed up this badly is impressive. Especially considering she's never worked on the Ever Given and is currently hundreds of miles away in Alexandria. But someone online went, first female captain?
First female captain?
Brody? Suez blockage? She must have did it.
Marwa found out about the accusations through a friend and quickly
And they
hopped
started
online.
making like sexist attacks.
Guys, it isn't me. But the online bad guys must have hacked her account, because everything she wrote just came out in squiggles. So Marwa tried to hack back. This code, it's nothing I've ever seen before. They're countering my hack. I'm gonna reroute the hosting. Not if I can help it. They ran through the firewall. Use IP4. It's better. Now, while we can all agree that a lady captain is very gross and icky, and while we all agree that she should be doing a lady job, like adding rosemary oil to the ballast water, or knitting hand warmers for the steering wheel, it was not fair that she was being falsely accused. And the situation was escalating as the online bad guys started making fake accounts pretending to be her. What was Marwa, etc. to do against such a coordinated campaign? Well, luckily, a surprise hero to the story. The mainstream media showed up and did.
Don't worry.
Bringing her onto the telly and clearing everything. Marwa even found some positive in the situation.
I was really upset at the beginning, but later on I found like the support from all people around me, and that made me feel like more grateful for what happened.
A lot of the social media posts got taken down. And in the end, it all turned out okay.
Leave her alone, you
At
weirdos.
least for her.
For her.
Back to the Ever Given. The Ever Given has been grounded for 4 long Egyptian days. So tug, tug, tug. Dig, dig, dig. Pull, pull, pull. Fuel is getting low. Everyone is overdue for a break. All right, guys. Grab a Red Bull and a little snacky. We'll pick up again soon. But as the engines wind down, the crew can hear something approaching. Who the hell is that? It's Smith Salvage. The Smith team boldly actions onto the scene, looking at the ship very inspectively.
They report their findings to the rescue team. Alright, ain't no boat. But if you want a chance of moving this ship, you're going to need to make it a lot lighter. Like tens of thousands of tons at least. Is it going to bend and tear? And sink? No, it doesn't look like it's going to do that. But it also doesn't look like it's going anywhere with all of this weight on the back. Okay, we trust you. What's your plan to make the ship lighter? I know a guy. He's got a crane. I'll get it down here. We'll offload all the containers. It'll be brilliant. You're gonna love it.
No.
The container thing again? Yeah, how long is that gonna take?
Come on.
Well, to get him down
No,
here,
what
and
happened to
get all
my
the equipment
Band-Aid?
assembled,
No.
we're gonna need at least a few weeks. Weeks?
No, my pig,
And to get all the
no.
containers off the ship, that might take several months.
Months? No, Mr. President. He didn't say months. He
No,
said
not my pig, no.
monks. Those Shaolin guys. They're very
Keep losing
strong.
pigs.
Everything's going
So
according to
annoying.
plan.
They don't do so
A
well
furious
sometimes.
rabbi marches in.
Do you have any idea how much these last few days have cost Egypt already? We've had to sell parts of the Sphinx. Look, the nose is gone. It's looking all messed up. We turned the whole country into an e-commerce site. It used to just be called Gypt. Now it's online. Egypt. Remember Tutankhamun? Now it's Tutankhamun. Get it? It's a pun. Get it?
Let's move on, says the Smith guy standing in for the audience. Look, this is by far the best option. Yeah, it's slow and laborious, but it's a guaranteed fix. Or you can carry on doing what you're doing now. You're on what, day 4? How's progress so far?
Al-Said wouldn't hear it. We will continue with the dredging and the tugging. The supermoon will be here soon, and that will save us. You are foolish, Al-Said. The legend of the supermoon is just a legend.
All right, we're on the same team here. If you insist on keeping the cargo aboard and just tugging, we've got resources to help. Smith calls in 2 additional tugboats. And not just big ones. Pretty much the biggest ones you can get. So Smith and the recovery team have figured out a sort of plan A and plan B. Plan A is to pull the Ever Given free by the supermoon, which is only 2 days away. Now, if that doesn't work, they'll have to go to plan B, which is to offload by crane most of these containers, and that will take months. Watching on impatiently, tapping their feet and looking at their watches very aggressively, is now a queue of 400 vessels waiting to use the canal. Fresh fruit, thousands of tons, losing its freshness. Medicine, losing its potency.
After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. You take the red.
Not to mention, livestock.
More than a dozen ships have live animals on board.
Mostly sheep and cattle, lightly sizzling under an Egyptian sun. The Egyptian government has had to dispatch vets to board these ships to tend to the animals' welfare. A few days ago, when I was a younger man, freight from Asia only cost $8,000 a container. Now it's $12,000. And the impact is being felt by a lot of larger companies. Renault, for example, ran out of some critical components and had to halt assembly at a couple of its plants. Adidas, Nike, IKEA all saw shortages.
Some of our clients are out of their top-selling SKUs already.
You're my pig, you asshole.
Oil prices are rising.
Let my people go! Through the little waterway, please. And meanwhile, all across the day, the tugs are trying again and again. Move a little more sand, wait for the next high tide, try again. And as this marches on with the same futility as day 1, banking on the supermoon looks like a costlier and costlier gamble. All right, enough of this. See about 100 ships opting instead to go the long route around Africa, accepting the longer traffic time and piratey risk. The supermoon. It's tonight. There's a renewed energy as people scuttle around the area,
doing everything they can to prep the ship for the big event. The excavator crew, over the course of the week, has expanded to a team of 11, working double, sometimes triple shifts with only 3 hours a day for sleep. Together with the 2 dredgers, they have moved 30,000 cubic meters of sand and soil. For comparison, this is 1 cubic meter, and this is 30,000 cubic meters. And here is what it looks like next to the Ever Given. That's a lot of sand. Subway sandwich for scale. And it's borne some results. Overnight, they managed to free the rudder from the left bank. And that's a big deal, because this rudder was acting as a bit of an anchor in the sand. Now free, the stern bobs around with the motion of the water. Great stuff. Meanwhile, the crew is doing everything it can to lighten the weight of the ship. That includes making a second plea for the ballast water to be ejected. Oh please, the Smith guy's already tinkled in there. We just can't do it. It would destroy the ecosystem of Egypt. Please, 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 all right. Biodiversity. Let 1,000 algae bloom. Oh, nice work. That'll make the ship 9,000 tons lighter, Kathy. The water's so bright I can barely see it coming out of the ship. Here, take these. No. I don't deserve them. Sunglasses are for people who redeem themselves. That's not me. Hold on to them, just in case. Into the evening, the pace keeps up. We see Abdullah excavating away. But really, he's thinking about the moon. Rabbi, he's busy taking video calls. But he finds himself distracted with thoughts of the moon. Even Mr. Kaisha. Is there anything in this world that doesn't remind me of her?
More breaking news from the Suez Canal problem. Ever Giver is stuck in the Suez Canal still. It's been almost a week. A tugboat should be able to move Ever Giver's big ass. This is Nana Star, Nana Star News Channel.
The full moon shone brightly that night, kissing the nape of the canal's neck with its gravity lips. Full tongue. The canal liked it.
Oh, I hit him too.
And spoiling the romance of the moment is a big fleet of tugboats, watching on voyeuristically. They are 17 in total, with just a bit over 1,600 tons of bollard pull. And here's how they're arranged around the Ever Given. Of the 4 most powerful tugs, 2 go at the front and 2 go at the back. They'll be pulling. Another 6 tugs are put on the flanks. 2 over here, 4 over here. They'll be pushing. The remaining tugs are fueled and ready on the sidelines, waiting for their chance to sub in. Positioned like this, when the word is given, all these ships are going to try and turn the Ever Given anti-clockwise. Looks great, guys! Do you think that this is going?
I believe in the supermoon.
This had better work. The guy with the ruler down by the shoreline yells out, "The tide has hit its peak!"
Al Sayed commands over the radio.
Start main engines. Tension on. Full ahead.
The tugs start moving.
They carve through the water with ease. The immense power from the tugs beats the resistance of the Ever Given.
It was at this point that the narrator said something really poetic. Stuff about the night. About how
oh, look, Rejuvenate heals you really well. I forgot.
For juxtaposition, we cut away to that crab again.
Which
it really heals you, nice.
It's like a metaphor if you think about it.
The tugs are sliding to the left. They're sliding to the right. It's not working! Diesel fumes fill the air as the tugs keep increasing their power. The water violently foams behind the tugs. Everyone is staring at the back of that ship.
Come on. Move. This goes on for minutes. More minutes. Even more minutes. An hour. 2. 4 hours. By 4:30 a.m., the moon's power is starting to wane and there is very little progress. Don't give up. Tide only goes down so that we can rise once again. Your
So that we
moon
can
gambit
rise
has
once
cost
again.
Egypt dearly, El Sayed. Guards, prepare the sarcophagus with the beetles, like in the... What the hell is that? Under the water, all of this tugging has loosened the sand, the soil, the rock. Could it be? The sound of metal tensing and flexing. The ship is beginning to move. It is coming free from the bank.
What?
The supermoon gives
That
one
might not be
last
too good.
howl. It worked. They pulled the ship from the bank.
What?
At the back, at least. Now, the bow is still wedged in there pretty good, but this is progress. We're halfway to freedom. Keep going. So they did, all morning. "7:30 a.m. The sun is rising. The tugs have been pulling all night, but the most difficult task, freeing the bow of the ship, remains beyond them. Well, I guess even the moon has its limits. I don't want to hear it, El Sayed. It wasn't enough. That bow is still stuck. No, Mr. President. They're not saying that the bow is still stuck. They're saying, take a bow. And then something else that rhymes with stuck. I gotta go. They were loading up the missiles for Plan B, as the guys on social media suggested. I lied about the crane thing. This was always the plan, says the Smith guys. You know what, Canterville? I agree. They should just blow us up. What? My career is over now, too. You're the guy who blocked the canal, and I'm the guy who couldn't get it cleared. We've brought instability to the Middle East. But enough, Canterville. I raised your hopes with moon-based promises. But look at the tide. It's low. Low tide. And yet, I am lower still. Canterville looks pensively out the window. And it was at that moment that he had his character arc. He realized that he was the captain, and the captain is always in charge.
What was that sound?
Shut up, El Sayed. We shall continue, regardless of the tide. Is that not the Egyptian way? Don't you remember the story, El Sayed? That every young Egyptian kid is told about the human pyramid? No. Where there's one guy at the bottom who gives up, and we all fall down. Heck, it ain't a triangle if you don't try. We need to be strong, together, like a pyramid. It's what Giza would have wanted. You're right, damn it. Thank you, Canterville. That's the most inspirational speech I've ever heard in my life. I'll never lose my faith again. And even though you're kind of the worst captain I've ever seen, you're still the best friend. So they pressed on all morning, enthusiastically and vigorously tugging away, beating off the fatigue, but to no progress. Okay, everyone, take a break. Copy. We'll have lunch and pick up again in a couple of hours. Then suddenly, one of the Smith guys comes busting into the room. I've got an idea. Everybody turns and looks at the Smith guy. All right, well, sorry about the boring diagram, but take a look at this. Remember how we emptied the ballast tanks before? Yeah, of course. Well, now that the ship is half floating, what if we refilled the ones at the back, on this part of the diagram, where the ship is almost floating? That way it will sink lower here and allow the bow to sit up even higher on the bank. Canterville gives El Sayed a knowing nod. I got this.
I know a guy who owes me a favor.
I think I'm done with the arc
Please, please, please.
finally. It took me 3 fucking days, but I'm done with the Sisters of Eve arc. It really dragged it out, but I'm going to get my MR 1.0, which is nice, and then I could sign up for MR and Faction Warfare. I'm out here. And go see about maybe running some MR Faction Warfare. I mean, maybe that might be interesting.
A few hours later, the ballast tanks were filled. And it worked. The bow lifted, ever so slightly. It's working, it's working! And it gets better. It's now 2 p.m., and that means high tide. Guys, I've got another technical issue. Alright, what is it? It's easier if I show you with a drone. Hold on, let me try again. Alright, you can see the ship is lodged at the front. The guys are pulling, but it ain't budging. However, a lot of force is building up here. And what if it were to break free? The sudden release could propel the ship straight across the water with a hell of a lot of momentum. It could span the entire canal and land on the opposite bank, only to run aground again. Worse still, it could pin these small tugs in its wake. Dangerous. To solve this problem, they did a bit of a safety briefing, and they got some rope. 4 ropes, actually, tying the bow of the ship to somewhere on the land. The lines look great, guys. With the contingency in place, the tugs start up again. And about an hour later, at 3:05 p.m., movement. The bow began to shift. Okay, that's definitely moving. This is it. It's working.
No, I'm not done. Never
The
mind.
ship made a big noise as it accelerated from the bank. And at first, excitement and relief. The bow was coming free. But remember that concern about the overswing? Well, it's happening. Okay, the only source we found for this part of the story was Bloomberg, but they said that it happened and we wanted to build it. So this recreation is how we imagine it went. The 4 support ropes take strain. Then, snap. One of them breaks. Do you think it's going to hold? I think it's going to hold. Move those tugs out of the way. Snap. Another rope breaks. Captain El Said. It's going to hold. Get your tug out of the way, but it's going to hold. Snap. A 3rd rope breaks. Get out of the way! Get out of the way!
Oh my god.
A single strand is the only thing holding this ship from swinging all the way to the other bank and being stuck. Forever. Without even realizing, Canterville grabs Al Said's hand and squeezes it tight. It's gonna hold. You're a madman, Canterville. Mad passionate about this canal, and I ain't afraid of nothing. He said very cold-backedly. The engines shut off. All that could be heard is the squeak of tightening rope and the scream of torsioning metal. Sacre bleu, said Abdullah, but it is slowing down. It comes to a halt. The final rope held. They really did it.
Let me show you.
And the Ever Given rested easy in the middle of the canal.
Come back anytime.
Al Said turns to Canterville. Power up the engines. Let's get your ship moving again. I'm on it, says Canterville. All of the tugboats start honking their horns in celebration. Cheers can be heard from the main treasure, the Mashour. In fact, they filmed this celebratory video. You heard them right, Mr. President. We did it. We did it. It's free. I told you. All in a day's work. The president takes his finger off the nuke button. Pack it up, boys. I can't believe it. All that digging really must have made a difference. Oh. Good. Everybody hated that crap. We did it, Gene. We did it. Gene? Where are you? Captain, who are you talking to? Gene! Captain, there's no Gene on board. Wait a minute. No, it's impossible. Gene, wait! Thank you. I'll always remember you, Cantherville. And so the canal was clear once again, and chop chop. You still got work to do. By 8 p.m., the workday had not finished for the Suez Canal Authority. There's still a backlog of 400 ships waiting to go through the canal. So Rabbi stands in front of microphones and says, "The canal will be operating around the clock until the queue is cleared." And within a few days, it returned to normal. It was a big accomplishment. Many industry experts thought it would take several months to free the Ever Given, but the crisis was resolved within a mere week. Prepare the sarcophagus for the doubters. Even Egypt's president came out and said, "Good job, everybody. You know what? Pizza lunch." And the Suez Canal Authority held a ceremony in honor of the workers who helped to free the ship. And they also made this monument, which you can see on Google Maps. But the story doesn't end here. A quick note on the helmsman's penis. Now you, me, and everyone in the press saw that VDR data.
Fragwürdige Penismanöver genutzt.
But despite how realistic and to scale it was not deliberate. Yes, sheer coincidence. If you watch the VDR data, he really is just dodging the ships, and that's the shape that the path took. So he didn't get in any trouble. The end. Alright, I suppose one more smaller detail. Now that the Ever Given is free, what's going to happen to it? And what's going to happen to the crew? Well, the Ever Given was tugged over to Great Bitter Lake, where they determined that the ship was seaworthy and not in any urgent need of repair. But it's also going to be impounded. Oh no. Hey, there's, police boats outside. Why? What did you do?
This ship and its crew is now subject to the indefinite detention by the authority of the Egyptian government.
Until you pay us, the Ever Given may not leave, says the Suez Canal Authority. Yes, we will be holding on to the Ever Given. It's our view that there was no wrongdoing on the part of the Suez Canal Authority or its two pilots, and it was all the crew of the Ever Given, so their ship will be held until the parent company agrees to rightfully pay us for all of the costs incurred. Ruh-roh. Now here's where things get very complicated, and there is a lot of legal mumbo-jumbo. But the crux is this. The Suez Canal Authority says, "Dear Ever Given owners, you owe us $900 million. And Shoei Kisen Kaisha says, "No way. How many yen is that? No way." So by April 13th, some of the crew was allowed to leave, but a lot of them have to stay. And there's a certain nervousness in the air. Large legal battles can go on for a while, and there was already a bad example of this just a few dozen kilometers away. The MV Amman. The MV Amman is a much smaller vessel, and it has been abandoned for years, detained by the Egyptian government in 2017 for expired safety equipment. Now, they were told to replace the equipment and pay a fine. However, there was no one to replace the safety equipment or to pay the fine because the shipping company went broke. So they just abandoned the vessel. There was no way for the legal situation to advance, and that meant that there was no way for the ship to be released. Most of the crew had to stay on the ship, and they would keep them there for more than a little while.
13 months before a judge finally decided, all right, look, just leave the keys with one guy. We'll call them the custodian, and everybody else can go home. Now, that custodian was a Syrian man named Muhammad Aisha. Look, he's holding the keys. He's holding the keys. You have to stay on the ship now. Everybody else got to leave, but he had to stay. On top of the 13 months he'd already been there, he spent the next 3 years aboard the ship. Quickly, the ship ran out of fuel, which meant it ran out of power, which meant it ran out of running water. No refrigeration either. Food ran out. Every few days, Mr. Aisha would be allowed to swim onto the shore to get food, water, charge his phone, but he was only permitted for about 2 hours until they would tell him to scoot. Would this be the same fate for the Ever Given crew? They did not know. But we do, so let me tell you. A few more weeks passed, and the negotiations continued. You guys had those 2 bickering pilots. Yeah, but the captain's always in charge. Sorry, who didn't arrange for tugboats while we were going through the canal? Oh, that was you guys. I'm gonna put 20,000 containers on one of the largest ships in the world and go double the speed limit, then complain about tugboats. But eventually, they all got together in a big room, and they went, I'm sorry about all those things I said and those emails I sent. I didn't mean it. I was tough on you as well. They embraced. They made amends. They made love. And they agreed, all right, you can keep using the canal, but sometimes we get to go fishing on the boat. That's fair. That's tough, but that's fair. They shook on it. It was an Egyptian handshake. They do the thing with the elbow. It was a mummy. This story sucks. By September, the crew was allowed to return home. They only got MV Amand a little bit. And that guy on the MV Amand, he got to go home too. Why not? Get out of here, you scamp. The Ever Given made its delivery to Rotterdam. They did it! All the cargo is here. Although, it wouldn't hurt to check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Canterville continued his career in shipping. It wasn't the end. Maybe just one more for the road. It's a great time to be a cargo ship captain. I can tell you that much. Al Said returned the Lunexicon back to the Sphinx. Thank you, old friend. And the Ever Given had some minor repairs done to the bow over in Qingdao Port in China. And then she was ready to set sail again. The Ever Given was released back into the wild. It sailed into the sunset. Ever since then, global
executes
trade has
give you
improved.
points. Wow, I didn't know.
Prices have gone down. The economy flourished once again. Food returned to the supermarkets. Mothers clutched their babes. A litter of puppies. And peace was finally restored to the Middle East. Forever. The end. Thanks again to Salee, the easy way to get data on your phone when you're overseas. And 15% off? Now that's a good deal.
So executes give you a ton of points. I didn't know that. So I want to execute those other guys, and then I go do it. That's cool. You can like charge the shot. Execute gives you a ton of points for some reason. So Y is an interrupt. Look at the arrow's really big for some reason. That is a good like wager. What's the red mist? It's weird. I didn't know XQ gave you all those points. It didn't really say. Game got way better. Nothing else will spawn because he's got like all these things in a big crowd. I'm gonna move on and shoot Bandit now. Horse Herder. I like this. It's like I get to live Ultima out now, and in 3D, and it's clunky and shitty. But if people play it, it'll get better. Like, I think this is a good game. I think it is. I like spending my time here. It's fun. I enjoy it more than Rust because it doesn't have the fear that Rust has, but it has the same combat. Really, you have to like be pretty skilled at it. But it doesn't have the same paranoia and fear that Rust has, and I prefer it. It's better for my blood pressure. I feel worried all the time when I play Rust, and this game isn't like that. Especially now where they get like 3 strikes and you're out. Gotta go dump the stuff. I did a good job, like, kind of emptying out the chests a bit so I could dump more stuff in. Because, like, but then I realized that that did translate to money. It really did. I could buy a vendor now, which really changes things. Who cares about stacking all this? I actually don't really mind. When I get a vendor, the game makes a little bit more sense to me. I've never had a vendor in my own house. That seems like cheating, but they encourage it in this game. You just have to, like, you know, pay the costs. Fucking expensive, too. I guess I'll go kill bandits, but I need to eat, I guess. Yeah, I probably need to eat, but let's rest first. Ever Given, Ever Taken Away was really so good. So good. This was so good. Never Knows Best did an entire history of horror games, which I like Never Knows Best, but he sort of drones on. The Shameful Case of Nestle, which might be kind of fucked up. Let's watch that. Thank you, Internet Historian. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Nestle was made aware.
Thank you, George Rockall Schmidt. I'd like to
food
sub to your
was
channel.
Contaminated with lead, cadmium, mercury, and arsenic. It did not.
Oh.
In 2016, Nestle was made aware that its Gerber baby food was contaminated with lead, cadmium, mercury,
I remember
and
that.
arsenic.
Yeah, the cadmium and the
It did not
Gerber.
issue any recalls, it did not inform the public, and it made no effort to address the contamination. We're talking about heavy metals in baby food. After a 2021 congressional investigation, Nestle
I did not lose the ship, and I went all over. I'm very proud of this. I went all over low sec, null sec. I must have jumped through 50, 60 like null sec and low sec systems, and I'm getting better at Eve. I lost all kinds of ships, but I lost nothing of value. It was all ibises, little free corvettes that they give you for free. Like full-blown free, costs nothing. You don't have to earn it or go get anything to get it. You can just get an ibis. I lost 3 ibises. That was it. I got podded. I didn't lose anything. I didn't have anything in the pod. I did fucking great. I'm still in my, not my original. This is my second Cat Navy issue that I brought out today. Both ships are intact. Unless I get ganked on the way to Arnon here. I believe I'm done. I don't know. I might not be done, but I think I'm done with this finally. I don't know. Maybe it keeps going. I can't remember. Maybe there's another couple boss fights or something. I don't remember. But anyways, I'm getting towards the end of this now. I can look at the whole scale of quests, I guess. If we come to opportunities and we view the epic arc, it's cool that they let you do this. I'm done. I'm on the last one. I'm in the last one. When I turn in, they're going to give me my 1 point of rep, and then I come back and I do this in 3 months again, and I'm going to pump a Mar rep all the way back up to like 10. And it'll take a while. Like, I wish I'd been doing this earlier, but I mean, I totally spaced that you could do this. There's also the Cosmos missions, which you can only do once, but I mean, they are a good rep. I don't know. The Cosmos missions are a good rep. They are a good rep, yeah. Maybe I should do, it's shameful, but I let my Caldari rep reduce quite a lot. I could fight for a Mar, because it's my lowest rep. I could, and I think it does affect... Like, it's Caldari Mimitar versus Amar Galente. So, yeah, I'll lose Galente rep if I fucking fight with... Or, sorry, I'll lose Mimitar rep if I fight for Amar, I think. Or something. I'm not really sure, but I don't remember how it all works. But, yeah, I need to work on my Amar Empire rep. I think actually just running the goddamn Destro missions is the best way to do it. Faction Warfare is the way to do this. Faction Warfare is fairly good rep. I mean, that's how I kept my Caldari rep for a while. But I've lost Caldari rep now because I did level 4s for Galente, and Caldari doesn't like that. So, good. We're finally done with this. It's been 3 days of just chaining these missions and stuff. I did the stash house. I went to the casino. I even gambled. I did the casino. I'm gonna bomb out of GTA. I don't really need to be here. The money's kind of passive. I guess I could. Oh, there we go. Excess parts just loaded, and I'm gonna get in. I'm gonna do this mission, then leave. Take my 100 grand a day. At that rate, after like a month or something, you're done with the Kasaka submarine, and it just all adds up. It just keeps on adding up. I'm close now. I think I'm close to done. I've got 6 million in the pocket and 1.6 million in chips, and like, I mean, that's close now. When I hit 8 million, I'll just cash out the chips, and I'll buy the Kasaka sub. I'll buy the other sub that goes with it, the submersible that goes to the sub. I'll buy the fucking, and then I'll buy like a yacht and a motorcycle. And then I've got like then I can just leave GTA on in public mode, in my fucking Kasaka submarine out there in the fucking ocean. Who the fuck cares? The RP is probably really cool, you know. I don't know what I will do. The game's sort of done after that point. But I bought the game. I got my money's worth. I thought the experience was quite fun. You know, I weighed out GTA 6, which will be a fresh experience with better graphics and better, you know, engine, better frame rate, better DLSS, and I learned what Grand Theft Auto expects me to do to dominate GTA online. And while I like the idea of single-player GTA 6, you know what I'm going to do? And this is sad. But, I mean, like, I'm going to spend, like, 3 days doing GTA 6. The day it launches, I'm going to be up the hour it launches doing a whole launch thing, you know. And I'm going to be up the hour it launches, and I'm going to do GTA 6 the minute it goes up. And then, or maybe they make you wait a week. I don't remember. Maybe they make you wait a week. I can't remember. But in any event, I will be on GTA 6 online. Like, I'll play the single player if they make me wait a week. And that's okay, but what I want to do is I'm going to go on GTA 6 online, and then I'm going to watch I know that within a couple of days, within 2 or 3 days, and it'll only take, like, you know, after a couple of sessions, I won't even notice, there will be the entire GTA 6 story, the single-player story, all the cutscenes and all the stuff that happens and all the fights and stuff. There will be Let's Plays on on YouTube that early, like 2-3 days, and I'll just absorb the story of GTA 6 single player without having to do any of the fucking work. And I'm gonna scratch some cards. I'm gonna buy GTA 6 and the whole premium edition for $100 on Epic, and I'm gonna scratch shark cards. I'm gonna scratch $60 worth of shark cards, and I'm gonna go into GTA 6 online looking for a submarine pretty much right away in the first month or whatever. And I bet there's some good RP to be had, and I think it's gonna be a great little experience. There, look, I delivered parts while I was online. It was good, you know. Hell's yeah, 6.08. Look, I'm not that far now from the Kasaka sub. I think the video said you need 8 million to clear it all, like out the door, you know, and that's what I want to do. I don't believe in not doing it out the door. I don't buy anything. I've never bought anything in the real life. I think the most expensive thing I've ever bought in real life was a fucking $2,400 Mazda Protege when I was like, I don't know, 15, 16, something. And yeah, that's the most expensive thing I've ever bought in my whole fucking life. I paid for surgery. That was more expensive. I paid surgery. The most expensive thing I've ever paid was a $3,800, like with all the travel and all the food and all the rest and the 3 weeks I had to take off work afterwards. It was like $4,400 or something like that. It was like $4,400 for dental surgery in Honolulu when I was living in Hawaii. And I had to go to the mainland to Honolulu because I lived in Maui, and it was expensive. It was not easy, and I had to call in a favor to get a ride to go out, and it was kind of shitty. And like, you know, and it was expensive, and I dumped $4,400 cash money, bitch, cash money right out of my fucking bank account. It was all the money I worked at the hotel. I went down to the hotel. I had some teeth pain. I worked at the hotel for 2 years. I saved up like $5,000. I blew $5,000 on the teeth surgery. But hey, at least my wisdom teeth are out, you know, and I got it all dealt with. But it was so counterproductive. You know, it was so I couldn't get the help that I have now from the American Care Act, right? I didn't have the help back then that I have from the ACA. So I dumped $5,000 of my own money on goddamn fucking dental surgery. It was like $4,400 or something like that. And it was just, like, at the end of it, I was so demoralized, I just left Hawaii. I, like, moved in with my girlfriend who lived in a trailer, like, in Illinois. And I was just like, let's scratch out a life here. I'd rather scratch out a life here working as a cashier in a gas station than making, you know, $25 an hour and just busting out $5,000 on fucking dental surgery and stuff like this. So I was just like, nah. She was like, you'll be more happy here. And I just left Hawaii. I kind of wish I had stayed in Hawaii. I think I actually could have made it there. It was kind of insane. But it wasn't that foreign to be there for me. It wasn't that weird for me to hustle the whole time I was there. It wasn't weird for me when I understood that being homeless is illegal there. That wasn't weird for me. That's kind of how Denver is sort of too. It's fucking weird. And like, you know, and yeah. So let's see. Is there anything else I can do in this game that's easy money? I could go try and do the G's Cash. I found it easy enough yesterday. Let's go see if I can get a G's Cash done. We'll go live because it's probably quiet. Oh wait, no, I gotta mark it, and then yeah, we're calling a cab. Don't log me out. I see you doing that, timer. Don't log me out. Don't log me out. I don't know if I'm gonna play Mortal a lot. Maybe I should just begin my epic character. I like this character, but I'm capping out at 20 now, and it just makes me want to start over. And, like, I could do some things a little bit better. Like, I could be an Ogmere archer. And they can chug fucking meth, and it fills their health bar most of the way. And they're tankier, way tankier than this. Like, this spec, it doesn't really fit me. It fits spears, but it doesn't fit bows that well. I kind of want to re-roll Ogmere. I don't have to roll Ogmere. The other character that I made, I thought it would be axes, but I could just take up archery right the fuck away. I did take up archery, I think, on that Ogmere. I think he's got 70 archery, or she's got 70 archery, and I think I will on or I don't know. I don't know how much it is to sub to Mortal, or I don't know. I guess I need to sub to Mortal next month. That's kind of annoying. We're going to the G's Cash, so let's mark that. Ugh. G's Cash. Yeah, it's faster to go back to the bunker than it is to do this from here, so I'm just going to go back. Okay, let's go out and kill some bandits and learn. I learned something there in the graveyard, which was that if you execute them, you get a whole bunch of stuff to heal with. You just keep a heal going the entire time while you shoot. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep a heal going the entire time while I shoot. I didn't know I could do it. I could just dump all the points into heal and then just headshot them. That's what I'm gonna fucking do. I didn't know I could do that. I mean, I knew I could do it, but I didn't think it was like worth the points. So I was like, there's no way that heal could mean something, but it does. It does mean something. Okay, let's kill some bandits. It's fucking annoying. I'm learning to really trek them out pretty fucking far if you can, so you can get all of these shots in. God damn it, you fucking moved. Fucking stopped. Load arrows. Yeah, there we go. I was like ready. Yeah, hit him. I missed. What was that? Yeah, with the lifesteal and all this. Fuck this guy. Look, I'm like healing. I'm healing more than he can do. Look, I can out-heal them. Look, I can out-heal them with the 2 buffs. Die, fucker. Are you back up? Die. I should have executed him. There's not another one? Yeah, is there? Oh, there's a caster. There's a caster. Heal. I knocked him. Fuck that guy. Look, the heal makes it way, way better. It is like BM Hunter. I like BM Hunter. The weapon skill points were such a good change. Missed him. Oh, hit him in the head and knocked him. Yeah, I'm getting better at this. I like the bow in this game more than Rust, maybe. I love the compound bow, but they don't give you enough reason to use it. But in this game, they do. They do give you a good reason to use the bow. I think I might go unarmed because it's something I can do for free. It doesn't cost any money, and yeah, if I can sit there unarmed with my heal spell, I think melee. Like, I don't think they can block unarmed. Can they block unarmed? Let's go ask the AI if it knows. Mortal Online 2. Can you block unarmed? You can block. Oh, no, I don't want to grapple. No, I don't want to. I'll just do this. I like this. This is fine. This works for me. Look at my passive regen has gotten actually kind of nuts. I'm ticking like 2 a tick or something like this. So I don't even have to think about my health bar that much anymore, which is nice, because it is kind of a problem in this game. You're always like, how do I get my health back? Like, all the time. Why does the pre-shrine look like it's damaged? Yeah, my pre-shrine, it looks like it's damaged. Why? I'm gonna go repair it. Fucking annoying. I love this game because it's not like Rust. You can't harass people. Not really. He doesn't want it. He knows better. Face Punch are fucking idiots. Like this guy, he knows better than to do that. It'll kill his game. Like, Russ will die in the end because it's too toxic. Fuck. So annoying. Anyway. Anyways, I'm going back to repair this, this pre-shrine that got damaged by somebody. Gee, I wonder who. They think I didn't notice. Oh, resources. You have to pay resources? What do you mean resources? Building needs more resources added. How do you add resources? There's no panel. Oh, here we go. Wait, how did this happen? Wait, does it have? I thought it was just like prominence. Oh, it takes prominence. Yeah, it's silver. It does take silver, but you have to add resources too. Damn it. Well, let's add resources, I guess. Look for some cuprum, some granum. Maybe half that. And some wood. Yeah. Enough so I can walk. I actually really like removing the UI in this game. Makes it much easier to see. I should run a sale. Oh, I don't really have stock. I've got supplies, but I don't have stock. So. So what happened here? Did I take damage, or does it just have upkeep? I wonder. Wow. Seems expensive, kind of. Oh, so this is what costs upkeep, all these little side things. You have to pay upkeep to these little shrines and stuff. Okay, well, that makes a little bit more sense now. I'm like, why do they buy wood at all? You know? And this is why. So, wood, stone, and metal. Metal's fucking annoying. I should just buy some cuprum and bring it back here. I don't know, maybe I have enough now from the bandit kills. Let's see. I'm gonna need wood. Might have to chop it. There's wood. Yeah, that's enough of a load. Oh, the springbok corpse can go away. Any cuprum in here? Yeah. I like how the deer runs through the wall. So it just has upkeep where it falls. Okay. There's this. I'm done with the cuprum side of it, and I'm almost done with wood, but I will need stone and wood. And then I'll have to like repair the pre-shrine. Okay. Let's get some wood. Am I out of wood now? I might be. I probably am. Oh, am I out of wood? That might not be too good. Yes, it appears that I'm out of wood, which isn't too good. Well, I will address that. Well, let's go do stone. Cuprum, I'm done with cuprum. So we'll do stone next, and then I'll have to chop. I'll put my... Oh, wait, no, there's some wood. I don't think it's enough, but it's some wood. You know, it's at least like some progress towards it. Wood's done. Good. Stone's done. Let's go put the mats away. That's good. Now all I have to do is bang on it. These are all things I can get from, you know, like places around, which is good. That's why living so close to town is so good. I need arrows. Yeah, pull out like arrows if you can. Is there any arrows in here? I know there's arrows here. There's a bow. Okay, so we have some arrows. We have a head. Put the head away. Time to fight bandits. Wahaha. Oh, I hit him. Damn. Arrow fly true. Nope. But it's a nice try. Man, if I do this for years, I'll probably get pretty good at it. I don't think I did this right. Oh, I didn't do this right. Go, go. Oof. Oof. Ouchies. I will wait. Let's look into Mortal Unarmed, just to make sure I'm not missing out on anything, because it might be kind of good. Like, when they get close to me, I kind of start to choke. And I always choke when they get close to me. It's fucking annoying. Maybe it'll be good to help me, like, do better with things in my personal space. I have a weakness when it comes to that. New Pyro live, but he's like live on YouTube. Wow. So, what do we do? I am looking for Mortal Unarmed. I'll have to go to bed soon, which is so annoying. My cat, she didn't come home last night, which is so annoying. I know she's up in my mom's house right now. Look, it's strong if you play it the right way. Oops. Yeah, it does give you about 10 HP, so you have to, like, you know, really do it, but I did the execute right. I did the execute really well. Wow, they made the game a lot better suddenly, and I really didn't see that coming. That might be kind of bad in some ways. Like if games start suddenly getting really good, like if Rust suddenly gets really good, it might be kind of bad. You know, it could suck me away pretty bad. Anyways, what did I just open? We opened a Do-Si-Do, 86%, which isn't too good, but yeah. I mean, no, the Stygian will just fix it. All I have to do is bandage, and then Stygian. Yeah. I guess I will rest just to get the gray bars gone. I think I'm hungry, too. I'm, like, pretty hungry. Yeah, 9:14. It's not too good. I'm going to kill the sound for a moment and work on this house. The clinking sounds really annoying. Oh, do I get my Amar rep now? I do. I get my Amar rep now, I think. Yay! Yeah, talk to... Oh, always pleasure with the last minute is about to complete itself. What do you mean, last mission you gave me? I'll report to Sister Alldayerrydaybaby. Or Alldayerrydaybaby. Okay, accept. Altered identity records. Go give 4 jumps over there. I thought it was over, but apparently not. I don't know. Okay, so good. We made some money. I could do some horse races, but I don't really feel like it, so I'm not going to. Yeah, we're gonna go log off. I got my daily bread here today. And we put this MMO on back burner until new content comes out. Because I'm basically done with it. All I have to do is daily grind a couple of more times. Sell some stuff when I have resources. And then, you know, and I'll have like, you know, 8 million. And then I can just buy the Kasaka sub. And then and the bee in my bonnet about having a Kasaka sub is gone. And you can see me point at something, have the AI educate me how to do it. Then I went and did it. You know, I followed the guide. I memorized the guide on a brief glance, and just did it. Watched a bunch of videos, and yeah, I'm leaving this game now. Just Alt F4, yep, and quit, yep, and we'll take the system resources off. So autopilots, yes. Let's turn on some Eve music. Oh, I guess I don't have any. Oh well. So if somebody attacked my building, it may have done wood, stone, and metal damage to it. And I suppose you could break the shrine, but the amount of time and the amount of weapons and stuff, it's just unlikely. And look, it takes me 2 minutes or whatever. It takes me like 5 minutes to fix it. I'll need to chop some wood. You know, I'll need to get a little bit more wood in the boxes now because I've used up my wood supplies. But, you know, I could play my Mortal and Rust character at the same time, and that's like, man, I've been wanting something like that for like 5 years. It's so annoying how Rust takes up, like, you know, that fucking slot. But we could let Rust take up the slot on GeForce Now, and we could take Mortal to the Epic client, and instead of playing Grand Theft Auto, I'll just play Mortal. And so, yeah, I will play Mortal on GeForce Now for like 3 more weeks, but then at the beginning of the next month, I will sub to Mortal on Epic. Oh, how challenging is the combat in this game? It's challenging. I wouldn't say it's punishing. It's easy, I would say. This combat is too easy. Yeah. Battlefront 2, The Altars, Thronefall, Still Wakes Deep, 112 Operator, that's like a emergency operator minigame. Rogue Redemption, I don't think so. Civ, oh yeah, Civ 6 was free and I never did play that. If we're not playing Grand Theft Auto, I couldn't install Civ 6 and just let it build a civilization. Because I haven't played a Civilization game in fucking 15, 20, 25 years now. I think like 25 years now. I remember Civ 2. I think, yeah, Civ 2 is the one I remember pretty well. I own Civ 6 and it's free. There's Once Human on Epic. Why don't I just play Once Human on Epic as opposed to their... Well, I mean, but yeah, it's a different version of it. But it's good to know that it is on Epic and it shares a different thing. Civ 7 is the new game, but Civ 6, you know, I think Civ 6 was the award-winning one. So I think somebody did attack my building. I'm fairly sure. Either that or it's just upkeep. But yeah, no, I'm fairly sure somebody attacked my building. Someone trying to troll me. But I mean, no, the amount of time it takes to bust this building and weapons is just counterproductive. It's stupid. The developer doesn't want people doing this. So they made it take like 12 hours. Maybe I should add Cyberpunk to... yeah, I would be okay with buying an Epic copy of Cyberpunk. I don't want the base game, but yeah, I want to add Cyberpunk to my Epic wishlist, which I can't believe I just said that, but I do. I want to add to wishlist here for $60. Fuck no, it's like $20 on Steam right now. Phantom Livery is $30. This isn't my style of game, though. I know it isn't. I know I don't like this game that much. I keep thinking I should have an open mind to it, but I know I don't like this game that much. The combat's kind of boring to me, even with all the cool stuff they added. It doesn't really matter. The game's not good enough to actually play all the time. It's stupid. If I'm going to play a single-player game, I'll play Starfield. Almost done with the pre-shrine. It took me 5 minutes, something. Yeah, I'm almost done. Or maybe it was like 10. It took me like 10 minutes to repair it, but that's fine. I wondered where my pre-shrine person went. I was like, what the hell? He's got a point about that. You can finish the you can die and go to back T probably really fast, you know. If you priest walk to back T, it's probably so fucking fast. Yeah, let's take a look at the mortal map here. And it would be easier to track if I don't know, this is not easy to track. So right now, I'm here at Viburnum Tower, just right north of the F in Viburnum Tower. If I want to go to back T, it's due fucking south, and the problem is you get sucked into Vada before you get sucked into back T. And I had to run the river all the way south, and it was a pain in the fucking ass. Now, if you're dying, yeah, I kind of want the other bow skills, but not. I don't think most of the rest of these really appeal to me. Draw speed is greatly increased for 3 arrows, right? Loose a volley of up to 3 arrows. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I like the single more. Snapshot's better, though. So you pump it, and then you're like, shaw, 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 which might be really good. That might be way better. I need volley, but volley's down there in Bak T, and I need retreat, too. And I left the town because I was like, I can't stand doing this. Spread shot, I think, is up here. So this is a really big hit. Spread shot. Maybe we should go take a look at buying. Oh, good, I'm done with repairing the pre-shrine. Yeah. So are you back in action now? Are you, like, happy? Can I, like... Maybe I should set this as home. I don't know. If it breaks, then what? I mean, I don't know. I think I'd rather just keep it in Fab. Also, I can abuse it. I can go to Fab by suiciding, which I don't know. That doesn't really matter if you have food. Yeah, who cares? I can suicide to go to Fab and skip the journey there because I don't have a pig. So I'll just dump all this in the box. I kind of need to empty this gearbox because it has a bunch of sets that I'm not going to use. Or actually, some of these sets are okay, but a bunch of them aren't. I mean, the box is just fucking full. It's full. I need like another box for kits, I guess. I'll keep these 2 boxes by the door as kits. Then I'll strip all the stuff out of this. Yeah, and I'll take it to a different box. So I need to dump my kit. I did something with my magic book. My magic book is just fucking gone, which is dumb. But I mean, I guess I only had like 2 spells in it, so it doesn't really matter. I don't think it matters. Yeah, we dump all this incidental stuff, but the arrows stay here. Yeah, and the calamine and the heads, but the rest of it is a kit. Those arrows, I don't know. The longbow arrows, best used with a longbow. So, I need to chop wood, and I need to go back and perhaps buy the next bow skill, because I forgot, but there is one for sale here. Maybe it's, I don't know, I need to go look. So we're gonna jump to Fab, because it's fast. Oh, I can put on the sound again. Okay, I'm gonna leave a kit in this box, and we'll start using this as a kit box as well. Take it all off. Have I lost? I lost my fucking ring charges. Kept getting murdered today. Wait, no, put that back on. So ring charges are a thing. I'll have to deal with that too. Yeah, so this is the kit, however, so... I did something with my magic book, and that's just goddamn dumb. I should never do that ever again. My magic book is totally gone. It's gone. It was in here. I stashed it very carefully in here. But it's not there anymore. It's been moved or killed or lost or something. Maybe you can't keep them in a chest very long before they just disappear or something. I don't know what it is, but my fucking... Yeah, my spell book is totally fucking gone. And I'll have to like buy a new one. It's like glitched out of the drawer, and maybe, I don't know, maybe it's in one of these other boxes. There's so much stuff. I might have destroyed my spell book by accident because I did destroy a bunch of these thingies. Got a bunch of shit that I need to sell to the vendor. You can keep a lot of stuff, you just can't keep random crap. Where is my spell book? It's gone. Fucking gone, I think. Yeah, my fucking spell book, it's gone. It's full-blown gone. I mean, I'm not a caster anyways, so I suppose it doesn't really fucking matter, does it? I mean, I don't think it matters. I can always retrain another book. I've got scribing now. It takes up less inventory slots. But yeah, my spell book, it's fucking gone. It's like full-blown gone. Fuck. Yeah, my spellbook's gone. Oh well, I mean, I checked, I looked. So, when I have a vendor, this will be much easier. I wonder if you can put the vendor inside the house. I don't know. That'd be cool if you could. Probably not. You probably have to put it outside, but that's alright. So, I am suiciding to go charge my rings and check the dailies. I'm here at this place. So now I go back to her, which is so annoying. Now we go back to Arnon. She had me do a fucking 8-jump journey for some reason. So, yeah, I can't believe they made a Titan Quest 2. They didn't need to. They're just cash grabbing. Battlefield 4 is $4 right now. That's a good enough game to play. I did like it, but it's, you know, it's not my style anymore. I would have done the 6 beta if I liked Battlefield anymore, but it's just too fucking right-wing. It's too democracy. It's just too fucking not my vibe. It's not my fucking vibe. This medieval shit's my vibe. I've got a Lord of the Rings ring on around my fucking neck, you know what I'm saying? The Battlefield is not my vibe anymore. It's just really not. I sit back and I think about how jets and fucking drones make me want to throw the fuck up. I have this axe and some arrows. I'm gonna put it away. All day there's these negative Republicans in the fucking chat saying stuff like Al Jazeera are barely a real news organization and shit like this, and it bums me the fuck out. I don't know, man. I'm sorry, I'm gonna mute him. Some of the stupid ass shit that they say. Let's eat before I die. I think I had some good scrumptious pig out here, didn't I? Yeah, or cold porridge is good. Maybe she was hungry, she ate a bunch of porridge. Oh, my bow. Oops. Oh, wait, I think the first box is kit, right? Yeah, first box is kit. I could live in Tindrum in my house. And become an archer, omium archer with, oh no, I guess not. I guess that's about the same, really. I don't know. I like having both the priest and the home, because it's good. Warp. It's like clone jumping. It costs some hunger, but that's about it. Okay, so maybe I take all my Therans to... Oh no, I guess I don't take my Therans. I take a completed beast, like when the beast daily is good, when it's like Razorback or something. I'll take Therans. I'll take a death run to back T, and then I'll turn in and I'll just bank the Therans. Whenever there's a good daily, and I'll put 5 Therans. It'll be annoying. No, that'll take too much time. But I mean, yeah, I could go back down to back T and buy the next 2 bow things. That's the other reason I'm here. I'm looking to see if I can buy stuff from bow stuff that I don't have from the vendor. I'm not really sure. Getting towards the end of the shift here. Been only 8 hours though. It's kind of unfortunate. I had a very slow start today. I'll have a very, very slow start tomorrow because I have to go to the mall because I am buying a fancy get-up for my stepfather's funeral. Or not funeral, but the memorial service, excuse me. Wooden Therans, 40 of them. Let's go spend whatever we need to at the vendor. So this guy sells Sting, spears and 25, daggers, and I already know Snapshot. So I bought Snapshot down there, which I shouldn't have done. And never mind, I am done with this here. But I could take 40 Therans down there. I don't really care about these Therans. I could just take them down there and buy the last 3 books and make a real concerted effort to try to get to back T. But it's fucking tricky. I know a little bit more about it now. But it's still like this 2-hour fucking thing that takes forever. I will charge my jewelry, even though that puts me further away from getting to the vendor that I want to buy for 400 gold, but you know, I have to chop wood anyways before I'm ready for that. I'll probably have to chop like wood like all day tomorrow. Or I mean, I won't even be on until like 3, or I don't know, like 1 or no, probably like 2, probably like 2:30 or 3. Yeah, like 3, something like that. Because I have to go to the mall to buy a suit, which is annoying. I am going to the jewelry vendor. I forgot what I was doing. I'm just thinking about tomorrow. Jewelry vendor. So, silver 3 buy. Okay, my rings are back. Yeah, maybe I should eat something. Because I guess it's been about 6 hours. Yeah, if I'm going to cook something, I better do it now because it's getting towards the end of the shift. I'll be right back. Barbecue teriyaki chicken. Dark chicken meat. Spaghetti carbonara. That's it. Okay. How's my water? Water's out. Some ice water. Good, pure, clear water. Mm-hmm. And I've got spaghetti carbonara cooking on the skillet. So now, skillet. So now, I guess I go back now. I don't really want to die, and I don't really want a pig. I guess I will. You can parry unarmed, which is insane. My watch down to charge, yeah. That's cool, it reminds you. There we go, cool. So, I am auto-walking all the way out to the bridge. I don't have anything. Oh, are we ready to move forward? To Hockey Karin. Sock Luxury Space Liner. Maybe that's the one that buys tags, I think. Career agents or something, I forget what they're called. Oh, you know, actually, or well, never mind. Next time I get in the dock, I'll change my fitting. Ooh, it's good that I'm naked, or I would have died. 10%, god damn. Oh, Mortal's got its fucking fingers in me. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to, like, or its claws in me. It's got its claws in me. It's not gonna let me go. It's got its soul in my grip. I'm sorry, it's got my soul.